rabbit he wanted to chase. So he could not miss the point. He kept his eyes on the ball. So he gave you delegation, but he did not adjudicate his responsibilities as the president. And I think that's why he got the balance.
All right, and what you can see on your screens there, are pictures that are live right now. Right now, this is actually at Lee Funeral Home, and you can see the already some activities really already happening right there. Any minute from now, around 8:30, we're expecting the body of the country's third president, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, to be leaving the Lee Funeral Home, and the funeral procession will begin officially, but it may happen even earlier than that. But you can see there it's a military function, and each and every person has already taken their position there. A lot of protocol is going to be observed with this particular activity, but of course, Ray, it seems like it's going to be a long day and a long weekend for this to happen and everything to go according to plan going forward.
Indeed, Safin, yes, rightfully put, the solemn procession is about to depart there from the Lee Funeral Home. On the other side of the screen, you can see Kenyans are continuing to trickle in. Remember, from the public statement that was made public for this state funeral indicated that members of the public are expected to be seated by 8 a.m. But now with the delays and the rains, we're still seeing people trickling in. Some bit of prayers there before that solemn procession from the Lee Funeral Home begins. Remember, for the late President Mwai Kibaki, he's accorded full military honors there. And this particular service is going to be interdenominational and is going to be led by the Catholic Church. So as you can see, there's a priest there. From the pictures you're seeing there, maybe just saying a prayer before the procession commences there from the Lee Funeral Home, in eulogizing the president, the late president there. He's been termed as a man who was true indeed a Christian. He made time to attend church in public, also under the eye of the camera, the lens, so to speak, and even without. And it will be keen to watch who is going to say what, especially in that particular mass that is going to be led by the Catholic Church. Remember, full military honors are accorded to even, presidents who, or rather retired presidents as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But now let's have a listen into what is happening on ground from the Lee Funeral Home.
National salute! Present arms!
So those are the pictures that you're seeing from the Lee Funeral Home. The solemn procession has begun. Some time adjustments there from 8:30. It's just some 13 minutes before 8:30, but you can see there the procession is almost taking off, and members of Kibaki's family there are seen they're maybe taking their place in the procession. Remember, this is going to be a solemn procession to State House, then proceeding all the way to Nyayo Stadium for the state funeral. Back here, we have been discussing about, what you are seeing to understand what exactly is a state funeral service. And I have learned from one of my guests, that is Dr. Fred Ogola, that despite being a military kind of procedure and celebration, or rather being Mwai Kibaki's accorded military honors at this time, that the family is going to receive, or rather going to have a pride of place. Maybe you can take us through that and what to expect in not too long when we come back to the studio. But for now, these are the pictures from the Lee Funeral Home there. We expect that dignitaries have arrived, or rather continue arriving at the Nyayo Stadium for the state funeral service. The president himself, President Uhuru Kenyatta, is expected at 10:30 this morning. This particular procession, this particular celebration is very much in line with what we have seen from the British monarch, given that they are our colonizers. So this is a procession that is tailored to what the British undertake when a person has been accorded as state funeral. You can see the red uniforms, the red and white uniforms there, with the full military regalia. And talking about uniform and military regalia, Mwai Kibaki has been one of the presidents that we've had who's not been donning, or rather has not been seen donning in the military regalia, unlike his predecessor, that is Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi the late, as well as the founding father Jomo Kenyatta there, who in more than one occasion had been seen donning that military regalia. It was on display in Parliament during the 3 days that his body had been lying in state, alongside other items that he deemed of value, including his golf club there, that is indicated that he had been an ardent golfer and a patron of the Muthaiga Golf Club there, a place that he enjoyed his time there with friends as well as other politicians. There also on display was his favorite pen there, and a book that detailed the proverbial fast handshake that Kenyan history has, and this was during the negotiations with the late Kofi Annan there after the post-election violence there that brought semblance of peace in the country. That book was also under display, so if you did not take time, did not get time to go to Parliament buildings, today is a public holiday that's been set aside by the government to ensure that Kenyans as well as the international community give this man a send-off, a befitting send-off, and as we heard from Kenyans who had already arrived at the Nyayo Stadium, it would not be a state function in the absence of the public, and we are going to be keeping tabs on that. We expect that particular procession to begin anytime from now, all the way to State House, then proceed to Nyayo Stadium. Just a quick reminder for those who want to make their way to Nyayo Stadium. A few roads have been closed off to make this seamless. One of them is if motorists are advised to avoid Aerodrome Road and a section of Huru Highway between Nyayo House and Lusaka roundabouts from around this time, as preparations are underway to just close off that particular road there to allow entry of this procession that is about to leave the Lee Funeral Home to State House through Awingskodek as well as Valley Road. Then also motorists driving to the city from Mwai Way and are intending to cross over to Mombasa Road are also advised to avoid Uhuru Highway and divert at the Nyayo House roundabout to join Kenyatta Highway towards Moi Avenue, then head into Haile Selassie roundabout, then towards the city. So keep checking on your apps. I'm sure looking at the mobile penetration that we have and internet service provision, you can check, so you can see the procession has begun, Safin.
Yeah, indeed, it has begun, and this is actually going to be very organized, as you can see on your screens there. The military is actually in charge of this particular process, so they're going to be using the Agwings Kodek road from Lee Funeral Home, and of course just connecting to Valley Road, which will be part of the procession heading to State House Road there, after the body is going to be received at State House. Then a bit later on, after leaving State House, the body will be ferried via processional way all the way to Kenyatta Avenue, and of course to along Uhuru Highway, all the way to Nyayo Stadium. That will be later on as part of the state funeral service that is slated to happen today, that is actually one of a kind. This is actually the third time that the country's history that the Kenya Defence Forces is according full military and civilian honors to a national leader after Kibaki's predecessors. That's the founding president Jomo Kenyatta in 1978 and Daniel Arap Moi in February 2020. And of course we saw a mock procession yesterday by members of the military, just trying to make sure that everything is in place, and members of the public had an opportunity to see this particular dry run, which saw the troops who were drawn from the three military formations march from State House Road into Kenyatta Avenue roundabout before heading towards Nyayo Stadium. So a replica of what happened yesterday is expected to happen today, as the solemn procession takes place to Nyayo Stadium. We have our team at Nyayo Stadium, and we will be linking up with them just so we can also get a picture of what is happening there. But in studio, we have a panel of three gentlemen who are helping us to just talk about this whole process and even the life of the country's third president, Mwai Kibaki. And I'm talking about Dr. Fred Ogola, a lecturer at Strathmore Business School, and John Murage, who was part of Kibaki's strategy team. And now joining us is Ludeki Chwea, former principal secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs, but currently is serving as the Director General of the Kenya School of Government. And thank you so much for creating time for us.
Thank you.
All right. So just to bring you in, as you see what is happening today, maybe it would be prudent to begin by asking you, you served as a PS in the Grand Coalition government. What would have been like your most something that stands out for you about Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, the man that many are really, talking so highly about? Personally, what is it that stood out for you about this gentleman?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. What stood out very prominently about President Kibaki was his commitment to duty. Put simply, he did not have time for jokers. That means that once he assigned you duties to do, to perform, he expected nothing less than the best. And I recall that whenever I would go over to see him, to discuss with him, to get his approvals for certain decisions, he expected you to state very clearly what the challenge is, and then what the solution is from your own perspective, meaning that you did not go to him for solution. And so then you would explain the problem, and then you would offer what you think is the right solution, and you'd wait to see whether he agrees with you or he doesn't agree with you. Now, if he agreed with you, he would say, very well, proceed. And if he didn't think this proposed solution is worthwhile, he gave you a face that showed that he's disappointed, and so you had to very quickly propose another solution that could work.
So you had to have a plan B.
Oh yeah.
Every time.
You see, you needed to have rehearsed thoroughly. Well, that was my encounter when I went over to see him for the first time, because I hadn't interacted with him very closely to be able to understand some of these nuances and so on. But of course, subsequently, I did well, actually, because I realized that you needed to have done your homework thoroughly, and whenever you went over to see him, you needed to give him a brief and let him know what you propose to do and what impact that will have on society, on the country, on the economy. And then he would say, very well. And then you would be his friend. So subsequently then we became friends. That means I wasn't doing badly, isn't it? But for those who are doing badly, and sometimes I would be over there and I could see some leaving disappointed, then I would know this didn't do very well. So in short, he was a very, very intelligent person, and he didn't have time for someone who did not do his work well. And he didn't hesitate to let you realize that he's not happy. But not in words. He didn't say it in words, but he gave you a look.
The body language.
The body language probably was worse than if he had spoken, right? So everyone had to do well. So that is point number one. Point number two, he was very committed to making sure that the economy works. And he seemed to have understood that if the economy isn't working well, nothing else will work well, because all depends on the economy. And therefore, in even most of the meetings we would have, the focus would be what decisions we are making, what plans we are making, and what impact will these plans have on the economy. So number one, for instance, every Kenyan will recall that he wanted the Kenyan economy to be self-sustaining. And step one in achieving a self-sustaining economy is, of course, for people to pay taxes so that the country has the revenue it requires, it needs to be able to implement its programs. And you recall that he stepped forward personally to push for everyone to have to pay taxes.
All right. I'll come back to you in just a bit, but what we can see on our screens there is actually the procession has already begun, and you can see there the movement of the military just spearheading this particular process. This is actually an honor for somebody who has served the country as a head of a state, and everything had to be organized to make sure that it falls into place. The very first time we were accorded such a privilege as a country to witness such an event was when the country's founding father, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, died in 1979. And of course, just the other day, in 2020, when the country's second president, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, also was being laid to rest. And of course, this is actually the third time that we are seeing this. And President Uhuru Kenyatta has been a sitting president who has had to, during his time as the head of state, has had to lead the country in such a historic event. So what you're seeing here is the solemn procession taking its way through Agweng's Kodhek Road. This should be the process that will lead the body to State House, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to receive it. Something that happens as a ritual for every head of state who dies, whether he had served previously. This is a retired head of state. And of course, Regina, just to jog our minds a little bit, some interesting facts that you shared concerning the uniqueness of this kind of an activity that we are seeing right now on our screens. It is, something that there are certain things that are considered, for such an activity to happen. Just to remind us just a little bit. It's a moment that maybe some Kenyans may not have experienced or seen something like this. Just to tell us more about the history and the uniqueness of such state functions.
Now, a majority who find themselves age group of their 30s and 20s, definitely this is happening to them. Is something that they have not seen because the first one took place in 1978, and that was indeed the first founding father of the country, and that is Jomo Kenyatta there, whose body lay in state for a cool 30 days. So what we have observed with the fallen third president, that is Mwai Kibaki, his body lay in state for 3 days, and this is after his demise on Friday there. So from Monday through Wednesday, Kenyans were allowed to actually go view the body and pay their last respects from Parliament buildings. Safin, as you can see, the military outfit there is red and white. This is very synonymous with what the British also done for these occasions. Remember, they were colonizers, and as such, there are things, especially when it comes to matters, military and such, that we emulate from them. As you can see, it's quite a solemn procession there. That is the Silver Springs roundabout, the intersection on Arwings Kodek, and they're coming down through Valley Road to Processional Lane, all the way to State House, then proceed. These are beautiful shots from our technical and camera crew there. As you can see, we're giving you all angles in this particular broadcast. That is KBC Channel 1 bringing you and televising this, and we're also streaming on our various platforms. So if you're not able to actually watch this from the comfort of your home, well, you can stream us live on our various platforms, including Facebook and Twitter there, as well as our YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1. Our reporter Yusuf Farah is on ground just following up that particular motorcade. This is a procession in line with the state funeral that has been accorded full military honors. And some quick facts about this kind of procession. This is a preserve of commanders-in-chief, and this happens to be presidents, serving presidents, and also retired. It's also going to be having a gun salute. We understand it's going to be a 19-gun salute at the funeral. And also to note is that this is not accorded to a commander-in-chief, former or serving, who commits suicide. That is a fact. Why? Because as far as the laws of the land are concerned, and this is Kenya, this is taking one's life or committing suicide is considered taboo and against the law. But now you see the third president there, his last lap of honor there, slowly trickling through Valley Road. Indeed, he's been accorded all the military honors. A man who's been termed as a statesman, patient, loyal to family, and just quoting what his daughter there wrote on Twitter, saying that Mwai Kibaki used to spend time with his grandchildren when he could. Kibaki leaves behind 4 children, including Jimmy, Wangui, Tony, and Judy Kibaki. Now, Ogola, as you can see, that particular motorcade just going down through Valley Road. Maybe you can help us more understand this particular procession. It's well in line with what the British, how the British conduct themselves in such a time, but maybe you can give us more details, Dr. Fred.
Yeah, you see, these state funerals are very traditional, and remember that we have a heritage, and we have the British heritage. They left it with us. We have not run away much from it, and they are very standard. Like you see, immediately the president could proclaim that we are going to have a state funeral. This thing went into the hands of the military, and of course now the military, you see, the organizations have been done, and you also understand that unfortunately, but also fortunately, is that we had one in 2020. We did for the late President Arap Moi, And of course, it's just around 2 years now that we're doing another one. So you realize that we are not dusting too much, and we are just going to execute nearly what we did without having to go too much into history, like the one which happened when we are comparing the 1978 of the founding father. And as you can see, that you'll see that the family of the late president has been given a pride of place. You see that you'll find them in the procession. You'll see them at State House taking a strategic location. Whom are they going to be consoled? The person going to be consoled immediately when they arrive is going to be the first family, not the first family, but the family of the late president. Uhuru Kenyatta will convey his condolences there. Of course, he has done before, but this is very official. When he arrives in State House, of course, this is a place where Mwai Kibaki lived. So that's why actually he is going there and leaving his home now, heading to Nyayo Stadium before he goes to Odaya. It's a last journey, and I'm sure, like we said before, that we only take you where you went.
Indeed.
In the Catholic Church, as a Catholic, if you never went to church to pray, even if all your children plus your wife are Catholics and used to go to church every day, your body can never be taken there. So this is a requiem mass. It will be done by a Catholic, I think, in the Catholic way. Of course, it is multi-religious, but of course led by the Catholic Church. The
Catholic Church is going to be taking point on this, but it's going to be interdenominational. And rightfully, yes. Catholics, in as far as the Catholic Church faith is concerned, we cannot take you, rather the church cannot take you to a place you have not been. So supposing he was not a church goer, but we know the third president, that is Mwai Kibaki, there was an avid, congregant.
Yes, and so
even
the bishop said that he really respected the church.
Yes.
He sat in front, but he never spoke politics in church.
Indeed.
And today also, I think the Catholic Church will be given a pride of place. The family will be given a pride of place in this ceremony. Even in Odaya, they will be given a pride of place, though interdenominational, but pride of place. Mm-hmm. But also remember that in Mwai Kibaki's functions, all of them, they used to be interdenomination. So it is something also in line with what he believed in. Also something that you might be able to see there, which I think you also remember Mwai Kibaki for, is that, I don't know whether you remember the first president to call national prayer days. I think these are, so we can forget about these things, but it was a religious man who also had national prayer days. I think Kibaki lived what he believed in. Of course, even if you disagree with him, he also had to say, I lived as I believed. And because he lived as you believed, we believe that this is what somebody leaves as a legacy. He taught the family. He taught them about a family value, like the daughter has just said. He had time for family, he had time for children, he had time for grandchildren, he had time for politics. I think that, for example, what I can remember here is there's what you call presidential point. Can you imagine you are a president, you have a family, you have to deal with corruption issues, you have to deal with legal issues like law, you have to deal with the economy. So how can you be able to ring fence your emotions? When you're in the family, the emotions in State House should not come inside your family. When you go back to State House, you again, of course, see some of their family members also citizens. They may find themselves on the right side of the law or on the wrong side of the law. Again, you are a head of state who does not bring family issues in the State House. Your friends, for example, like Joe, and you see, like my brother P.S. has said, if you came with something that he didn't like, he appointed you, which means he's your person. But if you came with something which was out of it, he look at you in an eye, shows you go away. So remember, these are values we can learn. I know some people say, I can't multitask, but this is an example of how can you have all this running. Like even now, our current president, you have a president who has died. You have an economy to take care of. You have COVID-19 chasing you. There's an election year. All these things, you find yourself in a situation where you can laugh, but tomorrow you are crying over the economy. You are fixing the economy, fuel crisis is there. So how can you be able to segment your emotions to make all this work? I think the president did very well. And of course, last but not least, what I would say about in this segment is that what Mwai Kibaki taught me as a person, how can you be ambitious while not missing the point? For example, you want to be president. If you show too much over ambition, your ambition can actually kill your goal or dream. So he was able to balance and be tactful by, I want to be president, but I want to be very tactful. That's why he let Raila say, Kibaki tosha. He never said, I should take the mantle. Now what we are seeing now is that somebody is saying, I should be the president. Someone saying, I should be the running mate. Why don't you wait for someone to torture you? It doesn't mean he was not interested, but he used strategy, like he said, so that it doesn't look like you really want it, but you want it, but somebody says now you should have it. I think this is tactical.
They should wait for the torture moment.
They need to be elevated first.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so Safin, I see we are getting, that is Dennis Street, if I'm not too wrong. We are approaching State House there. Remember, the first persons to be condoled there officially are going to be the family of the late President Mwai Kibaki by the current head of state, and that is none other than President Uhuru Kenyatta. And I like what our guest has said here, that the late Mwai Kibaki had time for family, had time to go to church, and that's why we are also seeing, family and church standing with him at this particular moment. Sefin.
All right. Yeah, indeed. And just to get more about that particular experience and that side of him, as the former PS, Mr. Chair, you were serving previously at the University of Nairobi, and many have really credited Mwai Kibaki, the former president, as somebody who was a great mentor. I know that must have been a very critical moment in your career, transitioning and getting into public service. How did you benefit from this side of the former head of state?
First of all, when we were growing up, we had great admiration for Mwai Kibaki. Those days of Form 2, those days of Form 3, and so on, particularly because of how he presented himself in Bunge during budget days. We would catch words like exchequer, and we would wonder now, what's exchequer? And so on. So we were very, very impressed as we were growing up. And when he was appointed vice president in 1978, again we were very happy because we feared that somebody else might be appointed. And there were other people who were on the lineup, were also candidates, I suppose, but we were not very comfortable with as children somehow. But when Kibaki was appointed, we were very happy. So fast forward, I was very surprised one time in 1 o'clock news to hear that my name, the president has appointed me, President Kibaki, appointed me first of all as a joint secretary in the Kofi Annan process, if you recall, 2008. And so I was now a secretary to a cabinet committee. That means from the lecture room as a lecturer to secretary of a cabinet committee chaired by the vice president and members who are senior cabinet ministers to mediate the crisis at that time. And we went through all of that. And then at the end of it, so that was the first time I met President Kibaki at personal level. And I was as impressed by the way he conducted the official business as I was when I was in Form 2. And I found him a calm person, very, very calm. Even when everyone else feels there's a big problem, he takes matters calmly. And this is what I've learned. Like when everyone else is causing a stampede around you, he maintains calmness. And that's how we were able to overcome that challenge. Then I was appointed permanent secretary, as it was called at that time. And it was a tremendous experience. But the thing is, I was always afraid of failing, always afraid of disappointing the president, always afraid that I could make a mistake that would be seen to be a mistake that is below me to make. And for that reason, I always had to work very, very hard. You will recall that was the period when in the public service, we were very serious about strategic planning, preparing a strategic plan for your ministry so that it is very clear where you want to take the ministry and the strategies you're going to use to achieve that goal. Then we were very strict about performance, contracting, and measurement and even ranking. So you were afraid your ministry could be number last. I remember our ministry was number 28 at some point, and very quickly worked hard, it became number 6. So that meant that you had to keep working hard. Then there were issues of performance evaluation, performance appraisal, and so on. There were things like rapid results initiative. So the idea there was that we needed a public service that worked.
That worked, indeed. And as you can see on your screen, this is actually live for us this morning. This is at State House, Nairobi. And we are seeing there the body of the country's third president, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. A bit of a moment there. They've taken, just to stop a little bit, but any minute from now, I believe the solemn procession will be picking up once again. As the head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta, is expected to receive the body of the country's third president, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, and of course lay his condolences to the family of the great man who many have eulogized as a patriot and a statesman who had the interest of this country at heart. And one of the things that have stood out about his rich legacy was how he managed to build up Kenya's economy. And of course, we are expecting that a little bit later, this is going to take a shorter time because the main event is actually supposed to be happening at Nyayo Stadium. So the head of state will be heading there, of course, also just to be part of this. President Uhuru Kenyatta, you remember, he's the commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, accompanied by the First Lady Margaret Kenyatta. They will also be making their way to Nyayo Stadium to be part of the high-profile list of delegation that will be there already seated and expecting them to arrive, which include ambassadors, high commissioners, members of the cabinet, members of the National Assembly, the Senate, and even drawn from different counties. So what you can see there is actually the military expressing their respect to a man that was once in this history of this particular country the commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. And of course, this is a ritual that is usually accorded to somebody who has served in that capacity, whether it is during the era or it was in the previous time, a retired head of state or a current head of state. Regina.
As we continue with this particular live broadcast, information reaching our studios is that Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan has declared 2 days of national mourning in honor of Kenya's former president Mwai Kibaki. There, flags to fly at half-mast. At the same time, Queen Elizabeth there has mourned Mwai Kibaki, terming him as a great statesman and taking pride in the legacy of his leadership. Those are live pictures from State House. The president is to receive the body of the late Mwai Kibaki, who served as the third president of this beautiful nation that is Kenya, a man who has been termed as an astute leader, focused on bringing Kenyans together, focused on matters of national unity. And he took up reins at a time when Kenya was struggling to remain afloat in as far as the economy was concerned. And in his first term, Kenya's economy grew to 700 billion shillings. And later on, by the time his tenure was coming to an end, Kenya's economy was capped at 1.3 trillion shillings. So much has been said by leaders, persons who knew him on a personal capacity, as friends. And what is common across board is that he was a statesman, a gentleman, one patient and always loyal to his people. However, loyalty to him did not cloud his judgment, such that if you made an error in judgment, whether in speech or even action, he was quick to reprimand, whether in verbatim or even just with his gestures there. As you can see, that's the casket that is being lowered by the military. He's been accorded military honors, having served as the commander-in-chief of the country from 2002 all the way to 2013. In December 2002, when he took up the reins, Kenyans were united just as they are, and some of the political analysts have been quoted saying that the death of Mwai Kibaki has been a uniting factor, not just to Kenyans, but also to politicians in the run-up to the August 9th elections there. We've not had campaigns take place in the last 1 week or so since the pronouncement of his death on Friday 11th April there, and subsequently the last 3 days, Monday through Wednesday, when his body had been lying in state there, we saw political leaders also joining Kenyans to pay their last respects there. Wednesday we had a special sitting at Parliament that gave an opportunity to legislators to also pay tribute to the late Mwai Kibaki. Those are pictures live from State House there, the military aligning the casket so that the president, that is President Uhuru Kenyatta, can receive the body and officially condole with the Mwai Kibaki's family there. This is done in memory of a leader who served once as a commander-in-chief of the armed forces there. This is in line with also what the British do, given that they are our colonizers there. Now let's also bring in John Murage. You knew the late Mwai Kibaki on a personal capacity. When you see this happening right now, I'm sure there must be something that is, pulling at your heartstrings at this point. Maybe you can share. Before you actually have this conversation, let's listen into what is happening at State House, then we'll come back to you. To State House now, let's have a listening.
All right, even as we continue bringing you those live pictures, and of course we'll just stay there for you. There was that earlier question Regina had asked Murage, and I just want to give him that opportunity. I mean, this might have, elicited some sort of memory or something within you. Just very quickly, tell us what is on your mind right now.
It feels just looking at the person and knowing too well that he's gone. And you've been with him when you were very young. And even just like the PS mentioned, when we were in Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, we wanted to imitate him. We wanted to read the newspapers. We wanted to listen to the budget. I was also taking economics at some point. And every time there was budget day, the way he was described by the Nation newspaper, by the Standard, the label, the briefcase, the suits, and even the tie, you could see they were also passionate about the man. They loved the man. Then we had an opportunity now, after our college, we joined now the Young Democrats, and we were there as Young Democrats reporting to him. And we didn't report to any other person. Then we formed the professional group, and we were reporting to him. After the Democratic Party was formed, much later, there was then the Democratic Foundation. The Democratic Foundation was actually like a training institute for the members of the Democratic Party. And we trained a lot of youths, a lot of young people. We actually mentored so many people. Today, they are in high offices out there. Such that by the time he was now coming to become the president, he used to call us and tell us, now, young people, do you have a list of people you would like employed in the government? And would come with that list, and he would just stick and tell us, just go to so and so, and they're all employed. Having such a person being buried today feels a lot of it's quite a bad feeling. But we can only celebrate his life, appreciate his life, comfort the family too, and we are together in this.
All right. We think there the head of state, Uhuru Kenyatta, they're already just going to officially, begin this particular process at State House. There, he's going to be heading that session where members of the family of the country's third president, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, are going to get a chance to officially receive the condolence messages from the head of state and the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta. You can already see there part of the family being escorted by the head of state there to come walking through that red carpet to come to where the casket has been aligned. And any minute from now, we should be crossing over there officially also, just to get a glimpse of what is happening. This is, let's listen into the national anthem which kickstarts this officially.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, of the Son, the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty, ever-living God, you are gracious and merciful to your creation. Remember your servant, the third President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, whom you have called from this world to yourself. Grant that he who was united with your Son in a death like his may also be one with him in his resurrection. We pray with confidence that in the last day you will raise up his mortal body to perfection and join the common of saints. Give him a merciful judgment and the forgiveness of sins. May Christ the Good Shepherd lead him safely home to be at peace with God our Father and be happy forever with the whole saints. Saints of God, come and intercede for him. Angels of the Lord, come to meet him. Receive his soul and present him to God the Most High. May Christ, who called you, take you to himself and grant you eternal life. Into your hands, Lord, we commend his spirit. We come and commend our brother, the third President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let your virtual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Right, and that is the conclusion of the special prayers that have been accorded there by the Catholic priest as the head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta, was receiving the body of former President Mwai Kibaki at State House, Nairobi. A brief session there, as you see the military walking out, marching their way out of State House. This should actually set the pace now for the procession to be headed to Nyayo Stadium. Of course, any minute from now, we will, be seeing movement as the hearse makes its way to Nyayo Stadium there. But of course, this is from... All right, so still at State House there, we are seeing troops drawn from the three military formations marching their way there just moments after that special prayer that has been accorded to the country's third head of state, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, whose body has now been transferred to a different kind of this is actually something that, you know, is a high-profile kind of a treatment that is given to a head of state. Of course, Regina, you can see, you know, this didn't quite take long. Of course, just sort of like signaling that there should be quite of an activity picking up at Nyayo Stadium at this particular moment. Regina.
Yes. Now as the cortege leaves the State House, Stephen, we expect maybe in the next 20-30 minutes or so, given that we're expecting the head of state there to also be at Nyayo Stadium from around 10:30, according to the statement that was made public yesterday about, you know, the procedure of the ceremony of the state funeral that is to be held at the Nyayo Stadium. We're expecting the head of state. He's just seeing off the cortege as it leaves State House there. It's going to be, it's quite a solemn procession there. And snaking through State House Road there, through processional, down through Uhuru Highway, all the way to the Nyayo Stadium there. Quite a somber mood there. And it has been so since Friday, you know, even from what Kenyans have been saying, in as much as they are condoling with the family, it's quite a gap in our Kenyans' history. And I saw an interesting tweet there from a Kenyan said that if we were given an opportunity, that all the 49 million of us would give up one day to have Kibaki back with us and probably be our president once again. That was quite an interesting tweet I saw. Now the cortege is leaving State House after it was received by President Uhuru Kenyatta there, officially condoling with the family. As you can see, we are waiting to see exactly what is happening. Remember, these are full military honors that are being accorded to the late President Mwai Kibaki there. He served as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces from 2002 all the way to 2013. And having retired, he's still been accorded military honors. Information also trickling in indicates that Tanzania is being a good neighbor and is mourning with us. And President Samia Suluhu has declared 2 days of mourning there, and the flags are going to be flying half-mast there. We're waiting to see if the cortege is going to go back to the vehicle in which it rolled into State House Inn. Those are the pictures that are coming live from State House, Nairobi. Remember, this is a procedure we are all learning as we go, being that it is military ran there. I can see my guest this morning, Dr. Ogola, yes, nodding. It's indeed run by the military there. What deviations or similarities are you seeing, Dr. Ogola, in regard to this particular procedure at the moment?
There are some things to well mention here. You can see 3 uniforms. And that's a symbol of the 3 forces are available in this service. You can see clearly there are 3 uniforms, and that is symbolizing that the 3 forces are available for this function, giving our former head of state the military honors. The other thing you can see an occasional Land Rover. The occasional Land Rover is that Land Rover that normally the president used to arrive with in the state ceremonies. But the difference here is that occasional Land Rover just has somebody who looks like the general commander, but the head of state is not there. That's also a symbol that we are mourning, because now he's in a casket, in a hearse that is carrying his body to the ground. Those are what they're noticing. And the other things that you can be able to see here is that white seems to be so visible. You can ask yourself, why is white so visible? President Kibaki's presidential standard had white, and white was very pronounced. Of course, you can be able to tell now. You can see the occasional Land Rover there being shown, and of course, there's one that is carrying the family. which is just right behind, next to the body, that I told you the family will be given pride of place. Of course, sometimes families can choose not to take these honors, but I told you the family has the choice. There are some things which are different with the family. Like I could tell you, the state functions have got very standard way they are done. The only differences could be one, family choices that are offered, they can take or not. The other things that could also be possible, for example, if I just give an example, Margaret Thatcher was offered a state funeral, and the family chose not to take this military honor and scaled it down. The family is allowed. It's not written on stone, because actually the most people to be respected here is the family. Because in as much as me and Joe maybe mourn Kibaki in a professional way, the family mourns a father, the family mourns a grandfather, the family mourns a relative. There must be given some sort of ways on how they want to mourn. So those are the only thing that makes differences, what the family chooses to do. And also you can look here that Kibaki did not write anything serious in his will. That's what I could tell now. Because if he wrote something serious in the will, it could have really confined the family on how to do this state funeral. You see, Wangari Maathai did write something that is very particular in the will, so it has to be obeyed. So even though we are giving a state funeral, we have to give these nuances that come from from what the late wanted to be done. So that also comes very clearly and handy. And I told you, you can see that the family was also given the pride of place in State House. You could see the family of the late president being there, being close to the president. I could also see President Uhuru. How does he feel? Like Safin said before, exactly how do you feel when you announce 2 deaths and you are presiding over them? It's not just about being there in a historic moment. It's also how comes you announce two deaths. And you see this last one, he did it very fast. It was very quickly. It is my duty. He said as duty. I think he did it very fast and moved on. And I think this is something that you can feel. You could see on the face, you can see somebody who is in some very sober mood. He worked very closely with the president. He was the deputy prime minister. He was his finance minister, which means that most of the projects being executed on the strategy, where he was working with the PS president here, they were more the guy executing from the budget side. Remember, if you don't sign any contract with the treasury, there's nothing you're doing, because that's where the money is. So that was his right arm that he used, and I think that to appoint somebody to be heading your treasury, that actually is your right-hand person.
All right, Dr. Ogola. As we're still in State House there, and just to rope in Mr. Chue, former PS, I mean, the retired President Mwai Kibaki served in this place for 2 terms, 2002, and the next term was until 2013. You had the privilege to serve in his cabinet. What do you think? His government, yes. What do you think are some of the things that the mark that he left, that even as we're looking at these pictures on the screens right now, State House, what is it that will go in history as the biggest role that Kibaki played for this country from where you sit?
Yes, from my standpoint, from what I could see while in government, number 1 was to revive the economy, which had been really battered, shall I say, and we were in the negative economic growth. Roads were in a shambles, as you recall. Institutions had collapsed when he came into office in 2002, and so on. So step 1 was to revive the economy, and this, as I mentioned earlier, had to be done, first of all, by making sure that the country is able to raise the revenue it requires, and then number 2, the different economic sectors had to be brought to their feet again, like agriculture, like manufacturing, trade, and so on. And in agriculture especially, and someone mentioned while I was seated over there, that we had to revive the milk industry. We had to revive meaning the dairy industry, had to revive the tea industry, coffee industry, and so on, and even the production of cereals. And this had to be done such as by subsidizing the farmers, making sure that fertilizers and seeds are available at affordable prices. And then once the farmers have produced their commodities, they needed to find ready market so that they could earn from the sale of their produce, so that in the end, the economic revival had a positive impact on the daily lives of the local people. So this happened. May I just give one example? In the dairy sector, farmers would have supplied their milk and it would take 6 months before they are paid. You see, but once the new KCC had been established, and the farmer would supply the milk to this marketing body, and within 5 days of the new month, you have received his dues. And this is what then helped to transform social and economic life. There were issues like free primary education. I was out of this country during the 2020, the elections, 2002.
Yeah, 2002.
2002
yeah.
elections. And then I called home, and a 6-year-old said to me on phone, Kibaki is president and education is free. You know, those are just the 2 points a 6-year-old made, said to me. And so the idea of free primary education was so significant, because you couldn't have a population that is not educated. This is the worst society you can lead. It's one where people are not educated. And so this, to me, is landmark. The other thing that is landmark is the general economy, in the sense of capacity of the people to have the opportunity to invest and to realize returns from their investment. The challenge had been that it was not easy to access credit, and banks would require customers to have collateral, could have security. They didn't have. Interest rates were at 30% and so on. This frustrated entrepreneurship and so on. And so what I feel was a major transformation was to improve the financial market so that interest rates came down. Government borrowed less from the domestic market. This is what brought down in interest rates. And so entrepreneurs were able to access credit. In fact, at some point, banks began to hawk credit. Please come and take credit. When just a few years before, it was not easy to get credit from the bank. And so access to credit was one of the opportunities that enabled this country to realize social and economic transformation. Suddenly, there were businesses booming everywhere, thanks to credit. The other factor that I consider very, very critical, and I mentioned earlier, was a public service that is committed to serving citizens. And someone mentioned earlier the idea of public participation and so on. So now we had a public service that was sensitive to the needs and expectations of citizens. We now had things like customer satisfaction surveys being undertaken in all government institutions. Things like quality statement in terms of public service delivery. Things like stating clearly how long it will take for a certain between the time a client makes a request and the time the institution responds to that request. So you have to state whether it will be 5 minutes, it will be 1 month, it will be 2 weeks, and so on, and stick to those timelines.
Yeah.
And this helped to make sure that citizens received the quality service that they deserved and expected from public institutions.
Just to look at even your time as you served as those days they were called permanent secretaries, and it was in this season that there were a lot of reforms even in the prisons department. I mean, I just want to know that moment that stands out for you in your mind, that you took up a project, or you took up an initiative, and you said you wanted to do something and it was a success. How did Kibaki support his people in the implementation of some of the things that they were undertaking?
Yeah, that's a very important question. When I write my book, I'll underscore that. The fact that, well, I was appointed permanent secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs and Office of the Vice President. And I recall that the first day I took office, there was a challenge in the prisons department and a kind of strike and so on. And so we had to get down to bring about reforms and transformation that would restore dignity to that service. And so there were two factors that made it possible. Number one, the minister in charge, who was Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, was very, very supportive.
Nasuka nitakuwa nakuuliza polepole.
Kwambia kachebuka. Chebuka na hizo jacket. Hiyo live yao iko wapi? Ni vai. Niko natutishia. Sasa niende niingie kwa zile gari za wale za komanda. Hilo.
Good morning to you, and thank you so much for finding time to continue being with us. That is the live procession of the last journey of our former president, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, President Mwai Kibaki, who passed on almost a week ago, and he was removed from the Lee Funeral Home. He was taken to the State House, and now the procession is headed to Nyayo National Stadium for the Requiem Mass. Thereafter will be followed by burial tomorrow at his village in Othaya, Nyeri County. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Good Morning Africa. Of course, it is a special coverage of that, and my name is Miriam Ogutu, and it is a pleasure to have you on board. And from the Political Command Center, we do have Dr. David Metanga joining us. Doc, a very good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. This is the Political Command Center of Africa. In Kenya, we are joined near the Nyayo on a remote control system near Nyayo Stadium. We are making sure that we bring every event inch by inch to you. This is a somber mood. This is a somber day where people reflect on what His Excellency Mwai Kibaki did for this country, for the continent of Africa. I'm delighted to be here to read part of the news. I'm delighted to be here as a Pan-African who benefited very much from Kibaki's wisdom. Kibaki went to Makerere University in Kampala, studied there as a global citizen, a citizen who never found tribalism in his mouth, a citizen who never found a nation in his mouth. Every African was welcome near Kibaki. He went to the University of London School of Economics, Miriam. As you can see from the background, there are two words that are marked from Kibaki's legacy. Human Capital Index. What a human capital index is. The freedom of speech of a human being is a capital index. The freedom of association of a human being includes capital index. And for us here on this television station, mobile unit, this is our mobile unit. And we told you that by May we shall have several of these mobile units across this country that will cover the election inch by inch, day by day, sun by sun, sand by soil, soil by soil. And we are here, remote controlling near Nyayo Stadium. I think the printing should be there near Nyayo Stadium live. That is where we are. We are backup system. So therefore, backup you can see it in our jackets. We are here, Miriam. We don't need to go back inside. We can, all of us cannot be inside. The whole place, you must have the backup system. And this is the backup system of the event today from our remote control system near Nyayo Stadium in Nairobi. Should be marked on the television for the people to see. In the city of Nairobi, it is cold. The weather is cold outside, Miriam. And unless you have a very good jacket and prepare for some rain. Rain comes these days at midnight, exactly. When it is about to click midnight, the rain starts falling on the window. And thank you very much across the continent of Africa. All of you, this is Dr. David Matanga for Punchline Africa television reporting from near Nyayo Stadium, the center, the communication system center, where we are remotely following the events inside the stadium. And you can see, I have cameras, I have systems, I can see the CCTV that is inside, and that is what is going on. And therefore, back in the studio of Punchline Africa TV is Miriam Ogutu. We shall be joined later by Gladwell, if she's on or she has gone to the stadium or she's inside already. But we shall be bringing you clips of what is inside and what is taking place outside. What are the other leaders coming, those who want to say, this is Punchline Africa, the only online television that started 6-7 years ago. Back to you, Miriam, in Nairobi, in the headquarters.
Very well, thank you so much. And as it was expected, all the leading newspapers this morning, that is the main headline on the Daily Nation. Final journey begins. Farewell, a funeral service in Nairobi today, attended by global dignitaries, will start a series of events that will lead to the interment of Mwai Kibaki's remains in a private ceremony in Othaya tomorrow. The full coverage is on page 4 and 5 and 6, also on the Daily Nation and the Standard newspaper, still the same. Kibaki's final lap of honor today. The city that gave Kibaki a foothold and cheered him into top leadership gathers to bid him bye for the last time. His successor, Uhuru, leads at least 3 heads of state, a host of dignitaries, and the nation in paying tribute to a statesman. The special coverage is on page 6 and 7. And then Hilton to shut iconic hotel after 53 years. Also, that is on the front page of the Standard newspapers. And numbers of Kenya's billionaires up as 10 more added to the list, and by Kenya billionaires, all right, I think in the dollar billionaires there on page 10. And the Star newspaper, life and times of Mwai Kibaki, son of peasant farmers. He was known for turning around the economy. That is what we have. And you'll find the story is on page 4 and 5 on the Star newspaper. And of course, as I've read there earlier in one of the papers, there are some heads of state who are expected to come into the country. I think the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa will be attending the mass today, I believe, among other dignitaries from across the world and indeed from across Africa. So that is what we have in this. Doc, I don't know, because right now as we speak, the That procession is going all the way to Nyayo National Stadium, where the Requiem Mass is expected to happen in the next few hours. And so that is what we are seeing there. The body was taken to State House earlier, so it's leaving State House now on its way. So it's being marched, being guarded by the Kenya Army. A beautiful sign of respect there. I admire our army. I love how they do their things. Very lovely. On page 6, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa and his South Sudan counterpart Salva Kiir will lead foreign leaders in paying their last respects to former President Mwai Kibaki at his state funeral today. A list provided by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs shows that other dignitaries expected at the event to be held at the Nyayo National Stadium include Ethiopia's President Sahle Work Zewde and former Malawian President.
You are breaking and I cannot hear you. I'm not hearing you at all. You are breaking. I don't know whether the communication, because of too many gadgets around here.
Your internet is the one that has a problem, I'm being told.
Stadium, so I might not be hearing you.
Your internet has a problem.
Oh, why is it too long?
We apologize for that. Talk is joining us, but we seem to be.
Want us to change the position?
Well, the production will advise on what to do, but it's breaking from your side. We can see it's hanging even. The connection is not very good. Yes.
You can now hear me a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say one thing before we get cut off. But I will be changing position a bit to see whether the internet. There are too many gadgets media facing this stadium, so you don't know if you don't have a powerful one. You might not be able to. There are too many things, jammers, the airport will be passing. Everything is here. The army, as you said, I want to pick one point from you. Are you there?
Yes, we can hear you.
I want to pick one point from your comment about the army. The Kenyan army is professional. I like the way they do their things, the discipline, the type of discipline, the type of follow of the code of conduct of the army. Unlike some armies in Africa, this army of the Republic of Kenya, it stands excellent. When they are, discharging their duties, when they want to make sure that things go smoothly.
Okay, we apologize for that.
And I like the way people respect the head of state who is being raised in state, who is lying in state and are going to be buried with full colors. Therefore, the army has done a very great job. And that one, I thank you for bringing it out. This split army, very organized. The events are going very well. The roads are as one smooth. There is everywhere, every inch on the road towards Nyayo Stadium. You find in a nutshell.
Can you do something about your connection? It's really interfering with the flow. It's not very good.
Nutshell. The army has done very well in Kenya. Very, very well. You can see how a great leader.
Okay, we really truly apologize there. The connection from Dr. Matsanga is really not the best this morning, but hopefully, Doc, you can. All right, we've lost him as well, so that's okay. All right, so anyway, as Dr. Matsanga was explaining there, the army, of course, has taken charge of this event today, as former president was also the chief commander-in-chief of all the armed forces in the Republic, as it is in all the countries. And so that's why he's being accorded that honor. Doc, we lost you there. Your connection is really not the best this morning.
Miriam, I know I am going to try to see what I can do to bootstrap my connection. But in a nutshell, one of the things before I am cut off, one of the things that I said I predicted, Miriam, is the rise of the independence. I think it captured here. Don't forget that on the standard news. The rise of the independent really bad.
Doc, your connection is really a problem. Are you able to maybe disconnect, fix it, and then join again?
Yeah.
Okay. As production takes care of that, I think, yeah. All right, we truly apologize for that. The connection from Dr. Matanga's side is not very good this morning, but once he's able to sort that out, he can join us and then we can continue with the conversation. We are looking at the late President Mwai Kibaki's final journey right now at Kenyatta Avenue. Already they're headed to Nyayo Stadium, where Mass is expected to happen there in a short while. As I was mentioning there earlier, we will have some dignitaries from across Africa and indeed from across the world. As I was saying there earlier, also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs shows that other dignitaries expected at the event outside of South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa and South Sudan's President Salva Kiir. We shall have Ethiopia's President Sahle Work Zewde and former Malawian President Joyce Banda, Rwanda's Prime Minister Edward Ngirente, Zimbabwe's Vice President Constantino Chiwenga, Tanzania's Vice President Philip Mpango, Uganda's Vice President Jessica Alupo, and Commonwealth Secretary General Patricia Scotland, and Sri Lanka's Special Envoy Jayathma Wickramanayake. That is such a long name, and there's a high probability I did not even say it right. I apologize for that. They also expected. President Ramaphosa had in his condolence message said that Kibaki championed the cause of democracy and unity in Kenya and beyond. President Kiir, who declared 3 days of national mourning with flags flying at half-mast across South Sudan in honor of Kibaki, described him as a courageous statesman who earned the respect of his peers because of his work on a regional, stability. And just before I go on with that conversation, I think also the president of Tanzania, Mama Suluhu, also. President Samia declares 2 days of national mourning following Kibaki's death. That is from the communication from State House there in Tanzania. President Samia Suluhu Hassan has declared 2 days of national mourning following the death of Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. The national mourning will start on April 29th, 2022 and end on April 30th. So our neighbors there have joined us in mourning and in true support and in the spirit of good neighborliness. All right, and I don't know if Doc, you can talk now. Well, Dr. Matanga is figuring out his connection, which is having a bit of a technical hitch this morning, but once he's able to have that taken care of, he will join us. And Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni, who will be represented by Ms. Alupo, as I said, his deputy president, described Kibaki as a transformational leader. He played a fundamental role in achieving a social-economic transformation and prosperity to the Kenyan people. He was active in deepening the roots of African unity and cooperation for peace. And remember the first time that the EAC was disbanded in 1977. At that time, President Kibaki was the finance minister, if my recollection is not wrong, and he played a key role in bringing back the envoys from Kenya, the officials from Kenya, together with others from the East Africa community. At that time, it was only Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So Mwai Kibaki played a very pivotal role in bringing back and rebuilding the East African community after it was disbanded in 1977. I will not go too much in that history, but we know that Kenya was greatly blamed over, the breaking of the East African community in 1977 because our political our national interests were and the agendas and our philosophies, I think, were not matching at that time. Kenya is a capitalist society. Tanzania is a socialist society, and Uganda is just in between. So Kenya, we like things being done quick and fast, and the rest of the East African community heads of state, and that marked the end of East African community to be disbanded. But later on, it was brought back, and the now late President Mwai Kibaki played a very pivotal role. So when President of Tanzania, Yoweri Museveni, brings in the East African community aspect, he truly is making reference of that time. And of course, he was also very pivotal during his presidency as the East African community a member there. Doctor, you've joined us. Hopefully you're connected.
Are you now hearing me properly, Miriam?
No, it is okay. Go ahead.
Okay. We have now moved. The whole thing, the security here is very tight. You have even to ask them to move the car where you park. So, sorry, I think we're having a lot of interference. Thank you very much, Miriam. I was speaking on the point of the independence. The independence seem to be very many now in Kenya. As we come back to the East African community and the Kibaki and so on. That is one thing that we should not miss at the same time as we are mourning. I warned you that the independence in Kenya might be more in parliament, and actually the parliament might be a parliament of independence. We have now so far 1,000 people, independent MPs, people who want to be independent and be selected. That aside, politics today is not on our lips. We are doing the legacy. I think this time you are hearing me properly now. Yes. You are talking about the East African community, and Kibaki revived the East African community. Kibaki was very eager to have the East African integration, the African integration. The basis of that integration was very clear, that if Africa united, if Africa unites, if Africa makes it to the last hour of salvation, everything would be 100%. So in a nutshell, we have a problem here that we've lost a man who had brought one word, human capital index. A man who looked at everybody. Anybody who has studied economics will tell you that human capital index is the value of every human being. What do you do? Kibaki invented the word VAT, value added tax. Miriam, we were paying tax without knowing what VAT meant. But now VAT meant value added tax. People were happy. People were willing to pay tax. And then you say value added. What is the value of your tax? What is the value of why are you paying? It's very, very important for the situation, for everybody to know what is taking place in this country. So I am very, very, it's a somber mood, a journey of a man who had character, a journey of a man who had the stamina to tell you that no, here you are going wrong. a journey of a man who had conscience, a journey of a man who had sense of humor. I think most of the people have forgotten the sense of humor that the politics and characterized the politics of His Excellency, the late President. He had sense of humor. He can come up with the word that would do rounds, and the Kenyans all over East Africa would pick that word. That is the journey. That is the type of person President Kibaki was. I remember one of the occasions when he stood up and said, I have only my one wife, and this is the position. It went over and over and over. Everybody was very happy that such a person, very few people in Africa come up to clarify that. You know that. And very few people fear to clarify, to come up and say, yes, this is my position. Take it or leave it. And if you don't take it, fine. Most of us who are criticized because we stand for a position, because we stand for a particular movement, the way forward. Some of us who are harassed because we have taken a stand of saying we love President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. We don't take anything. You can criticize me, you can insult me, you can call me names, but I keep the legacy. Another point that I would like to bring to our viewers is that Kibaki brought a constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, which was midwifed by Kibaki, is a good constitution. But also equally, Kibaki told you, I remember the speech that Kibaki and Raila Omolo Odinga, that speech in Parliament, Miriam, if our editorial would go back and pick that last speech at midnight, when people refused, when people were going to harass each other on the Constitution, you remember? Before it could be, you know, Kibaki came in with Raila, they all went to Parliament. And they said, a constitution has never been a good document. A constitution has got bad things and good things. But we can correct the bad things tomorrow. You remember, all of them, both of them. This was a moment of unity. The Orengos on the floor were, the Harwale is on the floor where like, oh my God, no, Ruto had mobilized the people. And don't forget this, not on this day, we should not only speak good things, we should speak both. Some of the good things and the bad things some people have done. This morning, I wrote an article about the wolves in sheep's skin. People who are praising Kibaki, yet they never liked Kibaki. Mudavadi praises Kibaki, talked about Kibaki, but he never voted, he never liked him. Even when Kibaki actually put him as the deputy prime minister, he never liked him. He has never voted, but Kibaki left alone when he was about to leave power. You remember that group of UDF? They formed a party called UDF. Kibaki wanted, look, he did not care. He wanted to say, let Musalia Mudavadi. And they went to Kenyatta to say, leave it for Musalia. Kenyatta said, okay, fine. But later on, the party of Stronger Jubilee Party, TNA, diehards, including some of us, she say, Apana. Me and Mudavadi, we have never been friends for a long time. See, from the time he cheated that girl in 2004, cheated the girl about 13,000 shillings of beer. He had drunk the beer. A beer, and the girl was crying tears at night in a nightclub called Club Afrique on Museum Hill in Kenya. I have never liked that guy at all. I had to pull out $150. At that time, the rate was 49, and I gave to the girl to go and clear the bill with the cashier. and never to ask this man again, because the girl said this is the only money that he used to pay school fees for 2 brothers, and their father had died with the mother. They were only 3 people. So it pained me so much. So I've never been very happy with Mudavadi up to today. But that aside, the good things that Kibaki said and did can be seen. But the good things needed somebody to implement them. Miriam, needed somebody to implement. You can look, Miriam, you can blame Kenyatta. But Kenyatta spent more time implementing this constitution than any other president who will come in the 10 years. If it was Ruto who was handed over power in 2013, God forbid, this constitution would have radically changed into a dictatorial tendency of what people used to have in the Moi regime. So we must thank the people, the current, the past, we thank the past for having initiated projects, brought in infrastructure. And who implemented the infrastructure is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So give Uhuru Kenyatta a chance, give him a chance, give him a credit. Because some president, you have seen how president, once you leave power, the other one comes to arrest you. You saw the question of Miriam as I speak. I don't know whether you are with me as I speak. You saw what happened in Zambia, Chiruba versus Kaunda. Chiruba locked up Kaunda until the whole Africa cried. So it is very rare. Another good thing that Kibaki did, because we must point out some of these things to the younger people who were not there. When Kibaki took over power, people told Kibaki to arrest Moi. They wanted Moi arrested and charged for all the crimes that had been committed since 1978. And guess what? What did Kibaki do? Kibaki said, no way, I'm not going to take that route. You want to take me to that route. I won't do it. I will not do it. The country moved on. The healing process, the redemption, the forgiveness, the accountability, the truth telling. That has gone on and on and on and on. Today we have a better king. And that is it. That is it. So if you have anything else to add, you can add it. Those are some of the things that I can bring out this morning. And if there is a question again, I don't know whether the pictures are showing. You should show what is going on in the stadium on the side. I don't know whether we picked them.
Doc, we do have professionals here. Yes, they're doing all of that.
Yeah, but why I'm asking, I'm not seeing.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not seeing. So
yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, indeed. And right now, we can see the procession is at Uhuru Highway, slowly making its way from State House to Uhuru Highway. It's a couple of kilometers. I was reading a story here saying it's about 50 kilometers. I'm not sure. It cannot be. That's a lot. But they're marching the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki right now, slowly making its way Uhuru Highway. So in the next few minutes, they will have arrived at Nyayo National Stadium, where the mass shall be taking place. And a lot of people have had so much to say in regards to the leadership of the former president, and even as President Uhuru Kenyatta will lead today Kenyans in this mass and in celebration of life and times of President Mwai Kibaki. Doc, I don't know, of all the things that President Mwai Kibaki did as a president and as a politician, spanning to about 50 years, what will be, I think, one of the most things that he'll be remembered with to have done that, transformed the lives of Kenyans?
I think it's education. Education. Kibaki was very firm on education. Kibaki stood firm and said education must be the pillar of what we want. And education must remain the vanguard of the people of Kenya. He introduced free primary education. The money was not available, but he said, let the people go and read. A person who has gone to school is the best person you can deal with than a person who only stopped outside school. So education, education, education. Most of you are pursuing your course. Miriam, you are also pursuing higher courses because there was a basis of free education at that time. All of you.
No, I'm a bit older, but my younger siblings, my younger siblings benefited from.
Sorry, I didn't say. I know you are older, but I think for all Kenyans, I was meaning that.
But yes, I saw my younger siblings really benefited from Mwai Kibaki's free education because all of them went to public schools as I did. So I can relate to what you're saying, but I'm a little older now. I bet I drank the Moi milk. That I did.
Yeah. When you talk about the Moi's milk.
Yes, I enjoyed that.
Some of us did not even drink milk. Some of us were. What about me? What can I tell you? I was roasting cassava.
Cassava is healthy.
I roasted the cassava in the ash in order to go with it at 5 a.m. You leave home at 6:30 after making sure that everything in the house was okay. Walk 5 miles away to a primary school with your cassava wrapped in a paper, a khaki paper, which you will eat for lunch. Because at times you could not have lunch, money for porridge. At that time porridge was very, very, very important. Was very, very important. Porridge, to have that porridge at school, a bowl like a dish and a habit, it was very important. Later on things changed. This is in the 1960s. When some of us started school, things changed, people started having. I want to tell you, Miriam, I did not, in my primary school, I did not go through a boarding school at all. I went through a day school. I only went to senior secondary school in a boarding school. And maybe that's why I have some manners up to today. Some of the people who went to boarding schools from the childhood, in some of the boarding schools, some behavior is not very wanting. And you know why? I will say, I'm not saying all of them are bad, but I'm saying the truth about boarding schools. Boarding schools teach quite a lot of things. Very good things and very bad things. In Britain, most of the people don't like their children to go to boarding school. They like the daytime, walking there and coming back and pick your child at the gate and take the child. Even 5 kilometers away, you drive to go and pick your child. I'm telling you, and I can't go beyond that explanation. Boarding schools in some parts of the world are not very good. Even today, if you can look at the number of schools that are going on fire, 3/4 of the schools that are set on fire today. And I remember we are on the topic of education now. Kibaki introduced free education. We did not take up the Kibaki philosophy. We sprang up so many schools. We turned the schools into commercialism. Did you know that the schools today are commercial, more commercial? They are more commercial. They are commercial than education.
Especially
the headmaster.
Schools,
yes,
yeah.
The headmaster gives you a bill of 200,000, and then you expect your child to come back when it's sharp to say 20 plus 20 times 25 times 14. How money?
Speaking of education, of course, that is, you're right, that is one of the key things that President Mwai Kibaki will be remembered on, the introduction of free education. That so a lot of Kenyan children who had no possibility of attending school or starting school, even we saw, that's where we saw all the people going back to school, and those who never had a chance to go back to go to school when they were younger. That is when we saw so many of them, and that has continued by the more adults we've seen, enrolled in the normal primary and high schools we've seen there. And this was brought about by these reforms by President Mwai Kibaki. And when you look at how the education sector right now and the reforms that President Uhuru Kenyatta is continuing, I think he's continuing from what Mwai Kibaki did, the basis and the the foundation that he made there. And President Kenyatta has been trying to build on that and continue with these reforms. And you've seen the Minister of Education has taken this a notch higher by ensuring that every child that has a start for the KCPE, the Class 8 national examinations, must go to high school. So we've seen 100% transition. Of course, there has been a bit of some challenges, so it has not been fully 100%, but that has been the goal and what the government has been pushing for, because up to high school, that is basic education. Basic education is no longer primary school level. Basic education is up to high school. So if somebody can get up to high school, from there on, even if they're not able to continue with university or college, they can go to the TVT institutions that we see the government has really worked on building. I think that is what the government of President Uhuru Kenyatta has been doing, ensuring that these polytechnics in the counties are increased and that there are these vocational training centers, so that for those who are not able to go to the university or continue in that line, they can go and get some skill that can be helpful to them Yes, Doc, go ahead.
Miriam, thank you. You brought up an issue that we need to expound. I hope I'm still being heard properly.
Yes.
But first of all, look at that. Kibaki encouraged mature learning. As a result of the free education, do you realize there were very many mature students who turned up, who opened up, who started going back to school? Parents, single parents. You remember Kibaki encouraged single parents to go to school. People started, picking books, driving to university, doing their master's degrees. That is a good person, a man who brought up everything that you can see. He did a great job, a very great job that you cannot rule out. If you look School of Maturity, then there is this Open University. You remember during the Kibaki, all these institutions came back. British Council, you remember giving scholarship, and making sure that he follows the model of education of the British Empire, because Kibaki was educated as a British economist. He was taught that pursue that line. You are one of the best economists that Africa can have. And the Kibaki's papers, I'm sure the British Empire has used them very effectively across to other countries, where you see the benefit is really there. So, as far as education is concerned, you are right. New schools came up, new universities. You know how many charter charters he gave out. He opened a lot of universities. That was very, very good. It's under the 10-year universities have sprung up.
The goal was to ensure every county has enough higher learning institution. And as we speak right now, the convoy of President Uhuru Kenyatta just arrived at Nyayo National Stadium. I can see from where I'm seated. President Kenyatta has just arrived, and the body of the late president is just a few meters away. It shall be arriving at the Nyayo National Stadium in a short while. But President Uhuru Kenyatta's convoy just arrived there. Doc, sorry for that. Continue. Yes, a lot of chattered.
It's okay. Miriam, that is why we should be having the headquarters and the outside mobile unit, because you are the one who knows exactly what is going on there. But you see, I can see the convoy from a strategic point where I am now. I can see them coming in, and that is very, very important that His Excellency will have to welcome to receive the body officially in the stadium. I have seen General Chiwenga also of Zimbabwe, Mnangagwa did not turn up because he's opening Bulawayo ASK. They have that show where you display animals, big animals, small bulls, or chicken. By the way, things have moved down there. So he said he's Jupiter, General Constantine, great commander from Tabora, Tanzania, is in the country. And as you can see right now, and the flags were told, there was no flag on any of. There are no flags on any of the cars. I can see the deputy president is there, William Ruto, and the style of greeting again, that's the same one. So, President Uhuru Kenyatta is still observing SOPs. SOPs.
All right, and the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki is arriving now at the Nyayo Stadium. It is arriving now, so in just a few minutes, I think.
Yeah, I can see everybody is seated, but I was observing the upper part of the medium, the other part of Ruto, and the greeting. We have that style. How are you? How are you? Hakuna kushikana. How are you? Yes, this is it. Because Corona is coming back in May, 2 days from now. Did you hear that? It is hammering people again.
The sixth wave.
But it is
the
sixth wave, but it is mild. I'm told it's mild. However mild, but if it finds you in something else,
I can
it's
see
not
them
mild. So chunga.
I've seen, I think that is president of Ethiopia, walk. She's here. I think she was welcomed by deputy president. I saw a very firm handshake, so. And among other
that for them, they can shake. But the president and the Nani, they didn't shake. So the national anthem is being sung now. I can see, in honor of the arrival of the president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta is arrived, at the body of the late President Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki is on the way. It's about to arrive at the stadium.
Is at the stadium.
Several heads of state.
It's already at the stadium.
Two presidents. Yes.
The body is already at the Nyayo National Stadium. They're just entering, and I think
it is going straight without going to the holding room. No. Yes.
There's no holding room. They'll probably do a lap, around the stadium. I'm not sure. I don't know. Before he's, placed at that.
You can see the guard of honor mounted by the army, the prisons, the marines, the one closer to the podium that we can see, those are the Kenya Marines, and then followed by the Kenya Army next to it. That it is the one going to do the send-off down here. But I think the Air Force will do the departure the other side. That's what I've been told. The Army will do the rest of the work, but the Air Force will do the departure, the burial ceremony, including the fly past tomorrow as a send-off. Yes, Miriam. Remember, people are lining all the way from Nairobi, and people have started lining on the way we have been told in Keno, where all those places, people are waiting, and they want just to see the body of His Excellency Stanley Emilio Mwai Kibaki.
And for the people that he represented for, I think, probably 40 years or so, or almost there, from
Nyeri,
they were complaining.
50 years.
No, he first started in Nairobi before he went to Nyeri to Udhaya. He first started in Donholm, that's in Bahati, I think. He became member of parliament here first before going there. So they were saying they were asking if they could be allowed some time to view his body, because remember, the viewing of the body was just being done here in Nairobi in the parliament buildings, and so many of them did not get a chance to travel all the way. So they're saying it will be nice for the people he served all those years to at least be able to pay their last respect. I'm not sure if that will be possible tomorrow, because that is the day the body shall be leaving Nairobi early in the morning to Nyeri. So I don't know if the people in Nyeri will get an opportunity to view the body, but they were really feeling as
Miriam, the body is leaving today.
It's early tomorrow morning.
They have changed the program.
Yeah.
The body, I thought people are lining up this way, then there is misinformation there. Because they say the body leaves for Nyeri, it will lie there. That's why people were crying. It cannot be taken the same day and then buried. The customs of the Kikuyu doesn't allow that. You have to sleep.
No, the custom of Kikuyu, the body does not sleep. The body arrives and is buried. It is the people from the other side of the country that the body stays overnight. Kikuyu?
No!
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yes, that's how it is.
I don't know.
The body arrives, the service goes on, it's buried immediately. But the people from the coast, from the western part of the country, we are the ones that will stay with the body overnight for the burial the next day. So the body will leave Nairobi early tomorrow, unless there's been some changes.
Can we ask one of the producers there about whether, but I don't think he's here or not. I don't know, but what I know is any Bantu culture.
No.
You can't. We are not Muslims. Muslims are the people who bury the body there.
They bury there then. I'm telling you, I know the culture of our people there. I have relatives there. I know. They arrive, it's buried. The thing of the body staying overnight, that is foreign to them. It doesn't.
Okay, I will check on that. I will ask a friend. Maybe we can see it tomorrow morning. But then the people of Othaya won't be able to see the end.
And they are feeling very bad about it. They're saying they deserve to pay the last respect, because President Mwai Kibaki served them for a very long time, and it would have been nice for them to have been given an opportunity, which I'm not sure, because the body shall be leaving Nairobi very early in the morning tomorrow, headed to Nyeri, where
I think the technicalities, they're avoiding speakers, because I'm hearing from other sources very impeccable that some of the speeches of some people will not be tolerated, and they want as a few speeches. I think he had he left that some few people to speak, and he mentioned them. So I think that is how we are going to see. Yes.
All right.
He has mentioned who should be speaking. That is, I don't want to tell anyone what I know, but let me leave it there. But the truth, Miriam, is that not everybody in that place don't speak. There are some people, that's why maybe they have changed the program. Because from the other day, they said the body after 1 o'clock service, the body leaves for Nyeri by road. So yesterday, the whole of yesterday, we were asked, how does it go by road to Nyeri? And everybody, in fact, if you want to drive now to this road, you can reach Nyeri very quickly. You know why? The whole road is cleared. From 1 o'clock, all the road has been cleared for people. You can drive without any interruptions. One way back down.
Because also today is a holiday. Remember, that was made a holiday in honor of this day, in honor of this event that is taking place. That is very important for us as Kenyans. So today is a holiday. So that's why even coming to work in the morning, it was very easy.
Not only Kenyans, for us as Africans.
Yeah, but for Kenya today is a holiday because of that. Yes.
Africans who are in Kenya.
So that's why there's not traffic today being a Friday. Yeah, because a lot of Africans from their homes.
Yes. Africans who are in Kenya also congested the roads. For everybody who is in Kenya today, this is a public holiday.
So
it's not only for Kenya.
Yes, on the Star newspaper, on Saturday, April 30th, that is tomorrow, Kenya's third president, Mwai Kibaki, will start his journey to his final resting place as the funeral cortege travels 50 kilometers off the Thika superhighway linking Nairobi to his home in Othaya. Kibaki's spirit could well be smiling. Before he was elected president in 2002, Thika Road was filled with routes, undulating and less traveled. The superhighway is one of the many projects Kibaki initiated between 2002 and 2013. And, you know, when you are saying that, people are waiting and are lining up, and perhaps others asked why was he being taken by road. First of all, Nyeri is not, Othaya is not very far. But also, I think it's very symbolic just reading from this story, Doc, because he will be remembered for building that mega Thika superhighway that started the change that we've seen in our infrastructure. President Mwai Kibaki started that, and Thika superhighway is one of the landmarks that he will be remembered with. So I think it's very important that he travels through that road for the last time. The road that he built, the road that he built when he started his infrastructure reforms and developmental projects in this country, and Thika superhighway is just one of those things that he shall be remembered with. So I think it's very befitting for him for his body to be taken through that Thika superhighway that he saw and through when he was president was built. So it's very symbolic, I believe.
Anyway, Miriam, that is true, and that is what the assumption was. We assumed that people were going to line up. And in fact, I've told you, I drove all the way to that place around Kiambu place. I went to meet somebody in Kiambu, on Kiambu Road. The place is cleared on Thika Road. They have cleared the police everywhere, thinking that the body is going at 1 o'clock. So if it is not going there, then people will be disappointed. But if it's going very early in the morning, still we shall be there and wait and make sure that people will wait and make sure that they see the body. Yes, Miriam.
And of course, President Mwai Kibaki being a staunch Catholic, the Mass will be celebrated by Archbishop Philip Anyolo, assisted by Archbishop Martin Kivuva. And as we mentioned there are foreign dignitaries who already have started arriving there at the ceremony. President Uhuru Kenyatta himself is there, and we can see that the body now has already arrived at the Nyayo National Stadium. So I think in a few minutes after when the event will officially start, we will fully take you to Nyayo Stadium for us to follow what is happening there. But the body has just arrived at the Nyayo Stadium, and that is what we are seeing right now. Okay, and the president.
And I think that is now a guard of honor, march past slow march.
Yes.
Which is going down before the head of state.
Yes.
And
the president,
yes,
being the chief of and the chief of defense forces, Robert Kibaki, vice chief of defense forces, Francis Ogola, and service commanders, Walter Koipaton, John Omenda, and Jameson Mutai, will witness the mounting of the casket on a wooden catafalque placed on the red carpet. That wooden, stand that the casket will be mounted on. President Uhuru Kenyatta will also lead that. There you go. The images you see now, the body of the late former president, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, just making its way inside the Nyayo National Stadium there. And President Uhuru Kenyatta, among other leading army commanders, army bosses, will be witnessing the mounting of the casket on what is called catafalque. That is what they shall be doing in the next few minutes, as the body has just arrived. As you can see and you can tell, even throughout the highway on their way there, security has been beefed up around and within Nyayo Stadium and surrounding areas by officers from the National Police Service and the military who are in charge of the entire event. So, all right. There you go.
Miriam, everybody in the stadium has stood up. They are all up. There is nobody seated at the moment. That's one thing we should tell our viewers.
Yes, in honor.
Those who are not watching. Yeah, because in honor of the body as it makes a lap across before it comes to be put on.
To be mounted.
To be mounted by, yes.
Catafalque.
So it, everybody is standing, giving a last, right, a last moment, the moment, and then you can see behind the children of the in-laws, the grandchildren who have agreed also to help the army to carry to be on that mountain. Land Rover, have you seen them behind in suits? It has been all the way from funeral service. There are about four of them who have been chosen, the grandchildren, the men. So they are on the Land Rover behind, following their granddad, and behind there. This is a very sad moment, a somber moment, but a reflection of what a character, what a conscience, a man with a conscience, a man with the dignity, a man who was not ambitious. There is one point that before we make and make a departure, and we leave people to see before the ceremony begins, so that other people can watch and listen to every word. Ambition. Kibaki was ambitious, was not ambitious or over ambitious like a Ruto. I think for me, I would not mince my words. Kibaki was misfitted. Kibaki was taken out, he resigned. That is one of the things that we should speak about. That in any situation, when you find you have made a mistake, and your mistake overrides the principles of staying in that place, on the thinking that you are not working incompatible with your boss or your manager, apologize and go away. When Kibaki found out that he was not being, given the room that he wanted, because there was a lot of democracy agitation. People wanted democracy. People wanted multi-parties. Moi was not giving them parties. But Kibaki stood firm and said, I think he can't serve in a government that has, where the president is not with him. So Kibaki left. But what you see here, Miriam, what do you see? The opposite. Today we are seeing the opposite. The guy is earning a salary, even there he's standing in that study, trying to say he also equates himself to Kibaki. Yesterday I saw a man, another 2, 3, 4 days in the parliament, a man called Adan Idwale saying the nearest is Kibaki looks like Ruto. No, Kibaki was a man who was not over-ambitious. He had ambition and he controlled his ambition until he achieved the presidency. But Ruto is not a man who is patient. You have seen the way he has disrupted this country. You have seen the way that every story that comes on the newspaper, from money laundering to killing, everything is hidden in Ruto. There is nothing very good that comes out of Mr. Ruto or that you can read and be happy. The only people who are happy are the people wearing a yellow uniform, because they just hate hard work. But if I am the one who likes hard work, who wakes up, who is at my age, I am earning a living because I work. Isn't it, Medium? I'm earning a living, I'm talking, because I work. I'm not sat at home. My age would say sit at home and I get a free benefit. But I'm working, I'm talking, I'm imparting knowledge to the people. So the people who want free things, who condemn the Kenyatta family, the Moi family, the Raila Odinga family, these are the people who look at others, they envy them, instead of working hard also. I'm working hard. Here where I am, I'm working in media. I'm dressed in this type of uniform because I'm working. I cannot be holding this badge without my badge. I am a Commonwealth investigative journalist. My Secretary General is there. My friend, Baroness, she's there in the podium. I'm working. This talk is to talk. But the people who want the free things, William, they have landed in the party they are, if you write. And there's something, William, that as we talk, as we wait for the final lap to come, then we can hand over. There's something that has intrigued me. Nyayo said that he got a lot of money during Kibaki. But I went and looked at the pictures of Nyayo. I don't want you to bring them here because today we are mourning Kibaki. And when Nyayo came, he used to come to our studio where you, not in that place, but in another studio. Nyayo was so when he said, he was in school when Kibaki, Nyayo, when Kibaki was in the government, he hadn't even gone to the university. So how was he making money? So this issue of Africa, of people in Africa, when you die, they associate themselves with you because they want to have money. I think that's the issue that made John to say, ban me very early in the morning. Niende. Meona? Choma mimi subuhi. More, then you can do the service later. Talk there. Don't talk when I'm listening. I think most people are doing that in media of late.
Yes,
Choma, twende.
Yeah, and
choma twende, tumalizane. Hii mambo ya kukaa na watu watu ukaa hapa, they are insulting you. Choma mimi niende. They even now want to, some of them want to dance over your dead body. So, Gindi Nyoro, the point I was making is ambition. Over-ambitious. Ruto is so ambitious that he's spoiled. In fact, by now, do you know that if Ruto was a humble guy, by now, Raila would be having very difficult time to fight for space as opposition. Because everything in this mountain would be barabara. But look at what Ruto did. He went and poisoned the other, sold his friend's name badly. He killed himself. He shot himself in the foot. I don't think there will be a vote coming from there, Miriam. And another thing before I go is,
because they're about to mount the body, and of course
yes, I am about to. I have seen that. Another thing that we have is very clear. If we are choosing a candidate, let's choose candidates of probative value, political probative value. The probative value of an election are votes. Thank you.
All right, that is the Kenya Defense Forces there, showing us how to honor a former commander-in-chief, that is our late third President Mwai Kibaki. They've just arrived, they've done one lap around the stadium, and I think they shall be mounting the body, and President Uhuru Kenyatta will be leading the country together with other, officials from the Kenya Army and the different arms in the army will be there to witness that. And tomorrow, Kibaki's body will be ferried to Othaya approved school grounds by road using the Lee Funeral Homes has, whose clear glass windows will allow Kenyans a chance to view the coffin as the cortege makes its way to Kibaki's final resting place. So it will start here from the Lee Funeral Home earlier tomorrow morning. At some point closer to the school, soldiers will load the casket back onto the gun carriage for the final slow procession onto the Othaya approved school grounds, where the burial ceremony will be held ahead of interment at Kibaki's Mwai home. Mr. Kennedy Kihara, the principal secretary in the office of the president, said at least 15,000 mourners are expected to attend the burial ceremony, but will be restricted from attending the final rites at Kibaki's rural home in Mwai. And the ceremony at the approved school will be conducted by Nyeri Catholic Archbishop Anthony Muheria. So that is the program. But for right now, I think the body is almost about to be mounted there on the catafalque. And the Chief of Defense Forces, Robert Kibochi.
Miriam, Tanzania gave 2 public holidays. And 2 days for mourning. Thank you very much, Madam Samia Suluhu, for doing so. And asante sana, umefanya kazi mzuri sana wa Tanzania to mourn a fallen hero. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and she said...
And thank you, Miriam, for me, from this point, strategically, you can continue to monitor. Perhaps I'll come back. I just wanted to be there when the body enters. I am switching positions to other strategic work, and maybe wear a suit and a coat. After about 7, I would like to meet 1 or 2 of the visiting heads, one of the guests, who is my friend. He has already signaled to me. So I want to thank you very much for the tenacity and the steadfastness, and you continue giving the news to people up to the time when they depart. I might pop in after that, and it will be after 2 when everybody has gone. But given the traffic, I don't want the traffic to catch me while returning to town. Let me run quickly to look for my suit somewhere, or a tie, and whatever my Tanzanian type of clothes nivae, alafu niende kutafuta wa ndugu zangu wapenzi wengine walikuja kutembelea hapa Nairobi. Asante sana kwangu kutoka Command Center, Political Command Center Africa, headquarters. For me, mobile unit of Punchline Africa Television, the only online television that consistently talks the truth up to the end. I am Dr. David Matanga, and be back to the studio for the ceremony. The lady, Madame Miriam Ogutu, our senior anchor, will take you through the ceremony, the marching of changing of guards, how the ceremony will go conducted, the bishop, the speeches. Miriam, I will be watching from another location. God bless you. God bless all of you. I don't know whether Stephen has taken this nice picture, and I told him to do so. So can you bring me on the big screen, sir? This is the guy. He's here. Can we do it? Yes. So that before these clothes are becoming hot, because it's hot. So I need to.
They've done that.
What can I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to take them off.
Yeah.
The sunshine has just come, by the way. But miracle. Thank you. You've taken the picture, Miriam?
They have done that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And there you go. So even myself, I should be signing out soon when the ceremony will start there at the Nyayo Stadium. Will take us straight there. And just a reminder, Mwai Kibaki was the last born to Mr. Kibaki, Githinji, and Teresia Wanjiku in Othaya, and he was born on November 15th, 1931, and he was the last born, as I've said. He has only one surviving sibling by the name of Waitherero, who lives. His other siblings were Wangui, Githinji, Kinyu, and Deritu, and Waruguru. And I think his surviving sibling is over 100 years old. A very old lady. I saw one of the newspapers captured there. So even for myself, I'm signing out. We are now going straight to Nyayo National Stadium for the live coverage of the prayers and the last ceremony here in Nairobi of former President Mwai Kibaki, who started his political career here in the city, so it is befitting. And then we shall bring you the latest even as the event continues. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Miriam Ogutu.
basi viongozi wa kidini wakiwa wamechukua nafasi zao, viongozi wetu wa kidini wa majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya. Basi tumeweza kupokea mwili wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya tatu ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki kwenye altari tayari kwa misa. Basi ni zamu yake naibu mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi akiandamana na service commanders kuweza kuchukua nafasi zao tayari kwa kipindi kitakachofuata. Naibu mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Luteni Jenerali Francis Omondi Ogolla pamoja na mkuu wa jeshi letu la nchi kavu, jeshi la wanaanga, jeshi la wanamaji na Inspector Jenerali wa polisi kuweza kuchukua nafasi zao tayari kwa kipindi kitakachofuata. Bwana Wanjoi.
Kwa heshima kuu na unyenyekevu, naomba nimwalike Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho kwa Rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Atasindikizwa na mkuu wa majeshi. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa Rais akielekea kupeana heshima zake za mwisho. Kwa heshima kuu na unyenyekevu, nitaomba sasa nimwalike Mheshimiwa Salva Kiir Mayardit, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sudan Kusini. Walio kwenye jukwaa rasmi tunaweza kuketi. Mheshimiwa Rais Salva Kiir Mayardit, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sudan Kusini, akija kwenye altari kupeana heshima zake za mwisho kwa rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Welcome, Your Excellency. Anateremka sasa kutoka kwenye jukwaa kuu Mheshimiwa Salva Kiir Mayardit, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sudan Kusini, kuweza kupeana heshima za mwisho kwa rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwaya, wimbo mfupi wakati Mheshimiwa Rais anaungana nasi. Sauti ya keyboard to reduce kidogo. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais. Kwaya endelea kuimba. Nitamwalika sasa kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Cyril Ramaphosa, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Afrika Kusini. Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, paying the last respects. Karibu, Your Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Kwa heshima kuu na unyenyekevu nitamwalika sasa Mheshimiwa Sale Work Zewde, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Shirikisho ya Ethiopia, aweze kupeana heshima zake za mwisho. I wish to now most humbly welcome Her Excellency Sale Work Zewde, President of Ethiopia, to pay her last respects. Welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Nitamwalika kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Daktari Edward Girente, Waziri Mkuu wa Jamhuri ya Rwanda, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I now wish to welcome Dr. Edward Girente, Prime Minister of Rwanda, to pay the last respects. Welcome, sir. Naomba kwa heshima nimwalike Daktari Konstantino Chimwenga, Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Zimbabwe, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish now to most humbly welcome Dr. Konstantino Chimwenga, Vice President of Zimbabwe, to pay the last respect.
Sir.
Nitamwalika kwa heshima sasa Mheshimiwa Philip Isdor Mpango, Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish to now welcome Honorable Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of Tanzania. Heshima nitamwalika sasa Mheshimiwa Jessica Alupo, Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish now to welcome Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, to pay the last respects. Welcome. Heshima nitamwalika sasa Mheshimiwa Joyce Banda, aliyekuwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi, aweze kupeana heshima za mwisho. I wish to now welcome Her Excellency Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, to pay the last respects. Excellency Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, now joining us to pay the last respects. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Basi hivi sasa Mheshimiwa Rais ataweza kumpokeza ratiba askofu mkuu atakayeendelea na misa ibada ya aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki.
Asante. Kwa heshima naomba sasa nimwalike Mheshimiwa Rais aweze kuungana na viongozi wengine kwenye jukwaa kuu. Your Excellency, karibu. Asante. Kwaya, nampisha sasa Kanari Father Mainge wa majeshi ya ulinzi atuelekeze katika ibada takatifu ya misa. Kanisa tafadhali.
Kwa wakati huu tuwaomba tuweze kusimama sote, ndio maaskofu waende pale, tuanze na kubariki mwili wa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo wakati huu niombe askofu mkuu kuelekea pale ambapo amelazwa, ndio tuweze kuwa na maombi ya kubariki mwili. Kwaya, tuendelee kwa wimbo, askofu akielekea hapo tafadhali.
All protocol observed, and in standing with the heart's desire and wishes of the family of the late President of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, this service will be conducted by the military and the church. We wish to request that we shall have no political overtones, no politics. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all.
And with your spirit.
In the waters of baptism, Mwai Kibaki died with Christ and rose with him to new life. May he now share with him eternal glory. Tuombe. Bwana, tunakuomba sana usikilize kwa wema sala zetu, ili kama vile imani yetu katika mwanao mfufuka kutoka wafu inavyoimarisha, vivyo hivyo tumaini letu la kutazamia ufufuko wa ndugu yetu mtumishi wako Mwai Kibaki idhibitishwe kwa njia ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo mwanao, anayeishi na kutawala nawe katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, Mungu daima na milele.
Tuketi sasa tusikize neno la Mungu kutoka kwenye Biblia takatifu.
Somo katika kitabu cha hekima ya Sulemani. Roho za wenye haki zi mkononi mwa Mungu, wala mateso yoyote hayatawagusa. Machoni pa wapumbavu walionekana kama wamekufa, na kutoka kwao kulihesabiwa kuwa msiba, na kuondoka kwao toka kwetu kuwa uharibifu. Lakini wao wako katika amani, na hata kama kwa mtazamo wa watu wanaonekana kuadhibiwa, tumaini lao limejaa kutokufa. Kwa kuadhibiwa kidogo, watafanyiwa mema makubwa. Kwani Mungu aliwajaribu, akawakuta kwamba wanamstahili yeye. Aliwatathmini kama dhahabu katika tanuri, na kama sadaka ya kuteketezwa aliwapokea. Na wakati wa kujiliwa kwao watang'aa, na wataruka huku na huko kwa cheche kwenye nyasi. Watahukumu mataifa na kuwatawala watu, naye Bwana atakuwa mfalme wao hata milele. Wenye kumtumaini Mungu watafahamu ukweli, nao waaminio katika upendo watakaa naye. Kwani neema na rehema ni kwa watakatifu wake. Neno la Bwana.
Zaburi ya 23. Kiitikio: Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Na tutaimba. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Bwana ndiye mchungaji
wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Hunipumzisha katika malisho mabichi, hunipeleka kwenye maji matulivu, hunipatia nguvu, huniongoza katika njia zilizo sawa kwa ajili ya jina lake. Mchungaji
katika barua ya Mtakatifu Paulo kwa Warumi. Ndugu zangu, wote wanaoongozwa na Roho wa Mungu ni wana wa Mungu. Kwa maana hamkupata roho ya utumwa muogope tena, bali mmepokea Roho anayewafanya kuwa wana wa Mungu na kuita Abba, Baba. Roho mwenyewe hushuhudia roho zetu ya kuwa sisi ni watoto wa Mungu. Basi, tukiwa wana, tu warithi pia, yani warithi wa Mungu, wanaorithi pamoja na Kristo. Tukiwa tunavumilia mateso pamoja na Kristo, tupate kutukuzwa pamoja naye. Zaidi ya hayo, ninavyoona mimi, mateso ya muda huu wa sasa hayastahili kufananishwa na utukufu utakaofunuliwa kwetu. Kwa maana viumbe vyote vya utazamia kwa pupa ufunuo wa utukufu wa wana wa Mungu. Maana viumbe vyote vimeshushwa katika ubatili, si kwa hiari yao, ila kwa sababu yake yeye aliyevishusha, lakini si bila kuvipa matumaini. Ndiyo maana viumbe pia vitaokolewa katika utumwa na uharibifu na kujaliwa uhuru wa utukufu wa watoto wa Mungu. Twajua basi ya kuwa viumbe vyote vinapiga kite na kushikwa na uchungu mpaka sasa. Lakini si vile tu, ila hata sisi wenyewe tulio na malimbuko ya Roho, ndio sisi pia tunapiga kite mioyoni mwetu kufanywa wana wa Mungu kwa kukombolewa miili yetu. Neno la Mungu. Na kutukuza Baba, Bwana wa mbingu na dunia, kwa kuwa umewafunulia watoto wadogo mafumbo ya ufalme.
Twaomba sote tuweze kusimama. Kindly let us all arise.
Bwana awe nanyi. Somo la Injili takatifu ilivyoandikwa na Mathayo. Wakati ule Yesu alisema, na kutukuza Baba, Bwana wa mbingu na dunia, kwa kuwa haya umeyaficha wenye hekima na busara, ukawafunulia watoto wadogo. Ndivyo Baba ilivyokupendeza. Nimekabidhiwa yote na Baba yangu. Hakuna amjuaye Mwana ila Baba, wala hakuna amjuaye Baba ila Mwana, na yeyote ambaye Mwana apenda kumfunulia. Njoni kwangu ninyi nyote msumbukao na kulemewa na mzigo, nami nitawapumzisha. Mjitwike nira yangu na kujifunza kwangu, kwa maana mimi ni mpole na mnyenyekevu wa moyo, nanyi mtazipatia roho zenu raha. Kwani nira yangu si nzito na mzigo wangu ni rahisi kuuchukua. Injili ya Bwana.
Twaweza kuketi sasa. Let us all be seated now.
Your Excellency, our dear President, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, all our dignitaries and friends from other countries are visiting us, Your Excellencies from all the countries that are present, we welcome you. Your Excellency, our Nuncio representing the Holy Mwai Kibaki, Wakristo wote wapendwa kutoka sehemu mbalimbali, madhehebu na watu wote waliokuja kusali kwa nia hii ya kumwombea huyu baba wa taifa aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Kenya. Kina mama, kina baba, watoto mnaoshiriki nasi mkiwa manyumbani, marafiki wa taifa letu la Kenya, wa karibu na wa mbali, tumsifu Yesu Kristu. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Basi mimi kwa niaba ya maaskofu wa Kenya, kwanza tulokuwa na mkutano majuzi unaisha jana, napenda kuchukua nafasi hii fupi kuwapeni maombolezaji wote mlio mbali na walio karibu, poleni kwa kumpoteza baba wa taifa, rais wetu wa 3 katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. And I like to read the message sent by the bishops of Kenya that were meeting during this particular week. We were in Subukia, a place all of us know is a place of prayer, it's a place of reflection, and we were concerned about our country, we were concerned about everything that goes on in our world. And therefore this message we say, we learn with great sadness the passing on of our retired President, His Excellency Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki, on the 22nd April, the year 2022. We thank God for the long life that He granted the former President. We join the nation in celebrating the life of a great leader who committed his entire life to the service of the nation. We send our deepest condolences to His Excellency the President, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the immediate family and the former President Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the government and the entire people of Kenya for the loss of one of the key pillars of our nation's history. President Kibaki will be remembered for his articulate leadership and direction. In the church, we surrender him as God-fearing and committed Catholic who stood out in his humility, heroic virtues, cheerful character, strong personality, and selfless dedication to his country and the people of Kenya. We, the Catholic bishops of Kenya, and the many honorable occasions to interact, we had many occasions to interact with him. He was indeed a father, an elder, and a true hero of the nation. He leaves us as a true legacy of statesmanship that was above ethnicity and favoritism, and always portrayed decency and respect for others in his political style. As Kenyans in this moment, to reflect and learn from his wealth of wisdom, and especially we should learn from his stewardship of the resources of this country, his readiness to serve in any capacity with humility and spirit of reconciliation that never harbored rancor or hatred. As our country enters this electioneering period, in honor and emulating the example of our leader, we can call upon our leaders to demand of themselves the highest level of respect for one another, avoiding any expressions of intolerance, hatred, or ethnicity. President Kibaki always put our nation before his personal ambitions and was always accommodative. We, the Catholic Conference of Catholic Bishops, convey our deepest sympathy and promise our prayers to his family, friends, and the nation at large. We also condole with all Kenyans of our country who deeply feel the loss of such a great leader. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord. Let perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. So, my dear brothers and sisters, all protocols observed, it is a great honor we have this day. We were moving fast in elections towards August, towards many activities that surround that activity. But the church, the church and our religious community gathered here, though this is a Catholic celebration, is a call to us to prayer. And I believe that is one of his great virtue he had. He called people to pray by his lifestyle, by his words, by his family background, and also by his way of never missing moments to pray, especially whenever the opportunity arose. It is great honor. So we are gathered here to do what religious people know best. It doesn't matter whether you're Catholic or you are Muslim or Hindu or a traditionalist. Human beings honor their God by prostrating before him and asking for favors and praying for the needs we have. In our way today, we want to say Kenya is a praying nation. In fact, as we sat here, we sang the national anthem more than 3 times. E Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. The other team came in, E Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. We honor and appreciate the fact that we are who we are, courtesy of God's presence. In political peace and security, Mwai Kibaki stood for governance through institutions, not personalized power. As a president, he did not name institution or roads in his names. When president became president, ethnic clashes stopped across the country. He will be remembered for searching out to Honorable Raila in 2008 in an earlier handshake that stopped the post-election violence. The grand coalition that came after the government of national unity was a later practiced in African countries as a model of ending conflicts and destruction of countries. President Kibaki was a peacemaker, a man who listened more than he spoke. He consulted religious leaders closely and other national leaders on matters of national issues. He will not agree on all matters, but where he disagreed, it was with respect and honor. Mwai Kibaki believed in the war against corruption, even as he battled with it, his own administration. And I remember as he came on the scene as a president, everybody took on the war on corruption. He foresaw ratification of promulgation of Constitution of 2010, which birthed devolution and a strong policies of good governance and a national values of principles. He allowed rights of freedom of expression, assemblies. He was an icon of tolerance and letting others say what they want to say. And even if didn't want to listen, he will just let you speak and say, utaongea na utalala. And all of us remember those words. In other words, let our people express themselves. He oversaw also the emergence of independent, vibrant judiciary. Socially, our late President Kibaki agreed with faiths, communities on place, and the nature of sex education, which has become a subject matter in our education sector for a long time. He spoke with us against abortion, supported places of strong families. He formed the NACADA to deal with the drug and alcohol abuse. He oversaw the biggest boost for education in 2003. He himself was an educationist later, and we know what education can do. The free primary education, he pushed millions of children into schools as a policy that has eternally touched every single family in our republic. So we gather today to ask, if he was such a great man, why are we here? The first reading talks about roho za wenye haki ziko mbele ya Mungu. Japo wameitwa kabla wakati wake, watapumzika na amani. The reading of Solomon, the wisdom of Solomon, is reminding us that we who are here, we are towards our eternity to meet God. And he says, it is that way, the way you live, the way I live, the way I share myself with others, will determine that peace is telling us. He's reminding us, Solomon, age is just a number. There are those who die early and we wonder why. There are those who die later and we still wonder why. And even if they are 100 plus, we can never stop asking the same question, Why? Why doesn't he live? In other words, we are reminded of death every day we walk about. In the Catholic Church, there's a day we are reminded specifically on an Ash Wednesday. Most of you who go to church, and many times even non-Catholics, are applied the ashes on their forehead. And the priest or the minister tells you, remember man, you're a dust, and thou shalt return to dust. Or he says, repent and believe in the gospel. In brief, he reminds you, you will die one day. And the question is, if I was asked by somebody, if you are to die today, what do you want to be remembered of? We learn, of course, death is for all of us. We know death is around us, but also it reminds us we prepare for it by the way we live, by the way we interact with others. So, though it's a mystery, japo ni fumbo, kifo tunaandamana nacho, na kinatupa nafasi ya kutafakari juu ya maisha yetu tuliyobaki nayo. Every day we reminded of that. That is the prayer, that's the meaning of Easter for us. Easter came to remind us that Christ, though was God, he was crucified and died. But that was the end of it. We are reminded and told that after 3 days he was up, he was about, and he went back to his people who he worked and lived with, Peter and others, having been found alive by the women. So the role of all of us in society, men or women, is to continue perpetuating goodness as God has shown us through Christ, where we live, where we work, and all we do. Today is a very special day and an historical moment for this country, because also it comes at a particular moment when, after this, we know the campaigns continue, and we continue to walk the path of searching for leaders. And the leaders are being shown today by our brother, our father, our late president lying before us, what to do. Lay down your life for your families, for your country, for your brothers and sisters. Indeed, be ready to be a servant leader. And today, as we remember, being a third president, that particular moment, and all of us remember, we were reminded of our own responsibilities as people who work and walk in this country, that you are a leader in a very unique way, because you embraced a country you want to protect, you embraced a country you want to walk with, and you have embraced a country you want to be under God's care. That's why we are here, to lift our hearts and minds to ask God to bless this country with all the favors He has, and He has thousands and millions of them, that our young people can begin and appreciate and see and say, we want to be like leaders X and leader Y, that those who are coming after us can find plenty around us, as our song of the anthem says, plenty be found on our borders. That's our way. That's our way as people who fear God. So we gather to pray, and as we pray also appreciate the joy we had to have our Baba Mzee wetu, Mwai Kibaki, many a times frequenting the Consolata Church. And I remember saying Mass there. He's seated on about the third front, and during the sign of the cross, the sign of peace, the kids come around to greet him. And as they did, security would tell him, no, rudini nyuma kidogo. But the kids keep coming. But he would also greet them and say, endeleeni kuja tu, wache wafanye kazi yao. Na huku anasalimia watoto. Today we hear in the gospel Jesus talking about wacheni watoto waje kwangu. He actually is saying we are opening doors for him and for ourselves to be near him. And that's how he says, njoni kwangu ninyi nyote msumbukao na wenye kulemewa na mizigo, nami nitawapumzisha. Njoni kwangu. Njoni kwangu in the gospel is about you and me, all of us as a country. We look around the world today. What we see all over the world, places and places, things look upside down. The war in many countries we can name is endless. Years, 30, 40, 50, and new wars keep coming. We are here to say together with those who suffer, Baba tuhurumie. We are here to kuhurumia. Why do we ask for forgiveness? Because many a times as human beings we fail. So we are called not only to kusaidiwa kubeba mizigo, but we are also called to look at, are we part of the mizigo also or not? It doesn't matter where we are. We could easily be part of our people's burden. So President Kibaki, when he went to this place, he never used it as a privileged place to do anything political. He went to pray and went back. He didn't want to address the worshippers. Recently, the bishops are saying, ngojeni kidogo jamani wanasiasa, njoni tusali, tupige siasa. And today we have heard the same words expressed by his family. We want not siasa leo. We want to see the goodness he had and try to emulate. Once upon a time, I was doing a story on death and life after death. And I went to around town asking in the city of Nairobi, if you were to die today, where do you think you'll go? Do you think you go straight to a place you call heaven? Or you think something else might happen? And I interviewed people of different caliber, Christians, Muslims, and everyone had a hesitation. They used to say, well, naona hata siko bado safi. Everyone feels like we are never clean enough. And that's part of our nature as human beings. We are never clean enough. As we begin our prayer, we always said, tubuni ndugu zangu, salini ili sala yetu. We ask forgiveness. So today also we are here to say, we want to ask forgiveness to the failures of us individually, of us as a nation, because we have never been perfect, and more so to ask pardon for moments when people have acted not in a proper manner, especially in caring for the common good. We enjoy the Mass, the prayer, to invite ourselves to join the family of the late President, to ask for forgiveness, because we also know, much as he was a great man, he was also human. And that's why we bless and bless and bless and pray. The Holy Father this year, during Easter, he asked us and said to us, we who are people of resurrection, we remember we are people of resurrection. When a death hits any family, it comes with a gift of hope, at the same time with many questions. Our questions are, what do we do differently after Baba goes? And I think obviously, like we learned from Jesus before he went, he called his friends and said a prayer with them. He said a prayer and said to look, Listen to me. I pray for you so that you are one. I pray for you that the evil one don't destroy you. By your unity like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit will be a sign that others know I'm your God. So it's the same thing I call upon here. As we are here, it's a moment at the end, and even now, we lift our hearts and minds to ask for God's unity in our country, unity in our families. Families are suffering due to many things, even after Corona. And anytime a family breaks down, every time a community breaks down, you're aware that that's a weakness on that particular community, because death does not take away that kind of a scenario. So we call ourselves, my dear brothers and sisters, to express our thanks for the many things our late president gave, shown, did. At the same time, the fingers pointing at us and saying, what are you doing yourself? What am I doing myself? What am I encouraging others to do? Some are there trying to break others' homes, families. Others are somewhere trying to create gangs. And that's why you see the wars in the world never end, because one after year, generation after generation, continue coming up, because we never quench the fires that started. We are privileged to have a country such wonderful as this. So we pray for this country. We pray for our leadership now and the future. We pray for our young men and women to pick up the right tools of skills, of values, to become the Kenyan people we want them to be. Last but not least, we wish to thank our neighbors who have come to pray with us. We want to thank all of you at the home. Mlio manyumbani, kina mama, kina baba, mkiendelea na kung'ang'ana na maisha yalivyo, na mkiendelea kuwajibika hasa kutekeleza mawajibu yenu. Njoni kwangu ninyi nyote msumbukao na wenye kulemewa na mizigo, nami nitawapumzisha. Jitwikeni nira yangu, mjifunze kwangu, kwa maana mimi ni mpole na mnyenyekevu, nanyi mtapata raha rohoni mwenu. Kwani nira yangu ni si nzito na mzigo wangu ni rahisi kuuchukua. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Roho ya marehemu Rais mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki, na roho za marehemu jamaa na ndugu zetu uliowaita kutoka dunia hii, wale wote waliofiwa na wale wote uliowaita kwako, kwa neema ya Mungu wapumzike kwa amani. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amina.
Kwa muda mfupi tuweze kuwaza yale ambayo tumehubiriwa na Askofu Martin. A brief moment to reflect on what has been preached to us this day. Kwa wakati tutasimama sote kwa ajili ya maombi ya waumini. I request all to arise for the prayers of the faithful.
Tumuombe kwa dhati Mungu Baba Mwenyezi ambaye alimfufua Kristo mwana wake toka wafu kwa ajili ya wokovu wa wazima na wafu.
A prayer for the church. We pray for the church that during this Easter season, the risen Christ may continue blessing and guarding Francis our Pope, the communion of bishops, clergy, and all united in the risen Christ. May all who participate in the mystery of the risen Christ find joy, peace, and serenity while embracing corporal and spiritual works of mercy demanded by our vocation as baptized members of the church. Lord, hear us.
Prayer for the country. O God, our Creator and Redeemer, we thank you, our dear country, Kenya, of which the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki ruled for 10 years. We thank you for the current President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, his Deputy President, Honorable William Ruto, and all government representatives who believe in your truth and govern our country. We thank you also for all of us citizens who participate in the growth and development of our country, Kenya. Lord, make us instruments of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. May you bless us all with all our resources that emanates from the fruit of our labor as Kenyans. As we approach the general elections, help us all to remember to seek your guidance as we make decisions that affect our country and the world at large. Give election candidates the strength to choose integrity, both in their campaigns and in their terms in office. Help them not to seek individual glory, but your glory, and to propagate peace instead of war. God our Father, through your Holy Spirit, may peace and serenity reign in our country, Kenya, now and forever. Lord, hear us.
Lord, graciously hear us.
Prayer for the family of the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. God our Father and Creator of all, we give you thanks for the gift of our families and the bond of love that you bestow on each and every family. We also thank you, Lord, for the physical bond that grows in every family as they live together. We know that when these bonds are broken through death, it is always painful. We ask you, O Lord, to grant the family of His Excellency, the late Mwai Kibaki, the strength to bear this loss. May you bless them and keep them in your care. Grant eternal rest to His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Let your perpetual light shine upon him, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Lord, hear us.
Lord, graciously hear us.
Bwana, tunaomba sana dua na maombi yetu yawasaidie watumishi wako marehemu ili wafute dhambi zao na wafikishe kwenye ukombozi wako kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Naomba tuweze kuketi sasa. We may all be seated. Right now we shall have the offertory, and we shall have only the presentation of the wine and host. Sasa tutakuwa na msafara mfupi wa kuleta mkate na divai. Kwa mtuongoze basi kwa nyimbo za matoleo, nyimbo za sadaka. Tunatangazia tu kwamba tutakuwa na kutoa sadaka ya pesa. Kwa hivyo watu wasije huko ndani kwenye umati wakaokota sadaka. Hatuokoti sadaka kwa ibada ya misa, tafadhali. We are not having money collection during this holy mass. Kwa hiyo tuendelee kwa nyimbo tafadhali. Tusimame sote tafadhali. Tusimame sote tafadhali.
Salini ndugu, ili sadaka yangu na yenu ikubalike kwa Mungu Baba Mwenyezi.
Bwana anapokea sadaka mikononi mwako kwa sifa na utukufu wa jina lake, na pia kwa mafaa yetu sisi na mafaa ya kanisa lake lote takatifu.
Bwana, uwe radhi kuvipokea vipaji vyetu, ili huyu mtumishi wako Mwai Kibaki, rais wa taifa letu uliyemwita kwako, apokelewe katika utukufu pamoja na mwanao, ambaye kwa njia ya sakramenti yake kuu ya upendo wote tunaunganishwa naye, anayeishi na kutawala daima na milele.
Amen.
Bwana awe nanyi.
Amen.
Inueni mioyo.
Tumeinua kwa Bwana.
Na tumshukuru Bwana Mungu wetu.
Ni vema na haki.
Kweli ni vema na haki, tendo la kufaa na la kuleta wokovu. Tukushukuru wewe daima na popote, Bwana Baba uliye mtakatifu, Mungu mwenyezi wa milele, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Yeye ndiye yule mmoja aliyepokea mauti, ili sisi sote tusije tukafa, ila mmoja tu alikubali kufa, kusudi sote tupate kuishi kwa ajili yako milele. Kwa hiyo pamoja na malaika na watakatifu wote wa mbinguni tunakusifu tukiungama kwa furaha. Bwana kweli u mtakatifu, na kila kiumbe kilichoumbwa nawe kinakusifu kwa haki. Maana kwa njia ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristu, na kwa uwezo tendaji wa Roho Mtakatifu, unavitia uzima vitu vyote na kuvitakatifuza, wala huachi kuwakusanya watu kwako, ili toka mawia juu ya machweo yake wakutolee sadaka safi. Basi Bwana, tunakusihi kwa unyenyekevu vipaji hivi ambavyo tumekutolea, ili uvitakaze, upende kuvitakatifuza kwa Roho huyo, ili viwe kwetu mwili na damu ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristu, aliyetuamuru tuadhimishe mafumbo haya. Maana yeye mwenyewe usiku ule ulipotolewa, alitoa mkate na kushukuru, alikubariki, akaumega, akawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mle nyote, huu ndio mwili wangu utakaotolewa kwa ajili yenu. Vivyo hivyo baada ya kula akitoa kikombe na kushukuru, alikibariki na akawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mnywe nyote, hiki ndicho kikombe cha damu yangu, damu ya agano jipya la milele, itakayomwagika kwa ajili yenu na kwa ajili ya wengi kwa maondoleo ya dhambi. Fanyeni hivi kwa kunikumbuka mimi. Fumbo la imani. Kwa hiyo Bwana, tunapoadhimisha ukumbusho wa mateso ya mwanao yaletayo wokovu pamoja na ufufuko wake wa ajabu na kupaa kwake mbinguni, na tunakutumikia ujio wake wa pili, tunakutolea kwa shukrani sadaka hii iliyo hai na takatifu. Tunakuomba uyaangalie matoleo ya kanisa lako, na kwa kumtambua yeye aliye kafara ambaye alitaka kutulizwa kwa sadaka ya kifo chake, utujalie sisi tunaolishwa nguvu kwa mwili na damu ya mwanao na kujazwa na Roho wake Mtakatifu, tupate kuwa mwili mmoja na roho moja katika Kristo.
Yeye atufanye sisi tuwe kwako sadaka timilifu ya milele, ili tuweze kupata urithi pamoja na wateule wako, kwanza kabisa pamoja na Bikira Maria mwenye heri, mama wa Mungu, na Mtakatifu Yosefu mume wake huyo bikira, na mitume wako wenye heri, na mashahidi wako watukufu, na watakatifu wote ambao tunategemea kupata daima msaada wa maombezi yao mbele zako.
Tunakuomba Bwana, huyu aliye kafara ya upatanisho wetu, alete amani na wokovu duniani kote. Alete upende kulikamarisha katika amani, mapendo na kanisa linalosafiri hapa duniani, pamoja na mtumishi wako Baba Mtakatifu wetu Francis na askofu wetu Philip Anyolo Kamau na maaskofu wote na waklero wote na watu wote waliofanywa kuwa taifa lako. Usikilize kwa wema sala za jamaa hii iliyo hapa mbele yako. Baba uliye mtakatifu, kwa huruma yako wakusanye kwako watoto wote waliokusanyika popote duniani. Umkumbuke mtumishi wako mwenda zake uliyemwita kwako kutoka dunia hii, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Umjalie kwamba yeye ambaye alishirikishwa kifo cha mwanao hapa kwa ubatizo, hali kadhalika ashiriki ufufuko wake, siku ambapo atafuata machozi ya wafu katika miili yao kutoka ardhini, hapo atakapofananishwa mwili wake wa unyonge wetu na mwili wa utukufu wake. Pia wapokee kwa wema katika ufalme wako ndugu zetu marehemu na wote walioaga dunia wakiwa wamekupendeza. Nasi twatumaini kufika katika ufalme wako ili pamoja tushibishwe milele kwa utukufu wako. Ndipo utakapofuta kila chozi katika macho yetu, maana kwa kukuona wewe Mungu wetu kama ulivyo, tutafanana nawe milele yote na kukusifu bila mwisho. Kwa njia ya Kristu Bwana wetu.
Kwa njia yake na pamoja naye na ndani yake, wewe Mungu Baba Mwenyezi, katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, unapata heshima na utukufu milele na milele. Kwa kulitii agizo la Mwokozi wetu na tukifuata mafundisho yake ya kimungu, tunadhubutu kusema: Baba yetu uliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako ufike, utakalo lifanyike duniani kama mbinguni. Utupe leo mkate wetu wa kila siku, tusamehe makosa yetu kama tunavyowasamehe na sisi waliotukosea, usitutie katika kishawishi, lakini utuopoe maovuni. Bwana, tunakuomba utuopoe katika maovu yote. Utujalie kwa wema amani maishani mwetu, kusudi kwa msaada wa huruma yako tuopolewe daima na dhambi, wala tusifadhaishwe na jambo lolote, tunapotazamia tumaini lenye heri na ujio wa mkombozi wetu Yesu Kristu. Bwana Yesu Kristu uliyewaambia mitume wako, amani na waachieni, amani yangu na wapa. Usitazame dhambi zetu, ila tu imani ya kanisa lako. Upende kulijalia amani na umoja kama yalivyo mapenzi yako, unaishi na kutawala daima na milele.
Amen.
Na amani ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristu iwe nanyi nyote.
Mpeane amani.
Bwana mioyoni mwetu, daima milele.
Tazama mwana-kondoo wa Mungu, tazama aondoaye dhambi za ulimwengu. Heri yao walioalikwa kwenye karamu ya mwana-kondoo. Bwana, sistahili uingie kwangu, lakini sema neno tu na roho yangu itapona. Mwili wa Kristo unilinde nipate uzima wa milele.
Twaweza kuketi sasa. Kwa hiyo tuendelee na nyimbo za Ekaristia Takatifu.
Ni wakati wa kupokea Ekaristi Takatifu, na muda huu umetolewa tu kwa wale Wakristo wa Katoliki, wale wamekwisha kujitayarisha ili kuweza kupokea sakramenti takatifu ya Ekaristia. Kwaya tafadhali.
Ana uzima wa milele.
kutafakari yale tuliyoyapokea katika sakramenti takatifu ya Eucharistia Yesu Kristo mwenyewe. Sote tusimame. Roho ya Kristo. Tukiwa tungali tumesimama, tutaendelea na wimbo wa shukrani.
Thank you.
kutakuwa na sala baada ya communion, post communion prayer, then immediately we'll go to final commendation. So kindly we are requested to remain standing.
Na tuombe. Bwana, tumeadhimisha sakramenti ya Pasaka kwa ajili ya mtumishi wako marehemu Mwai Kibaki, rais wetu. Tunakuomba umjalie aingie katika makao ya mwanga na amani kwa njia ya Kristu Bwana wetu.
Basi tukiwa tungali tumesimama, Baba Askofu ama Mhashamu Askofu Mkuu ataendelea kwenda kufanya final commendation. Naomba tuketi tafadhali. Kindly let us be upstanding.
Bwana awe nanyi.
Inamisheni vichwa kwa baraka.
Mungu aliyependa kuwajalia mema ya ukombozi na kuwafanya wana kwa ubatizo wa mwana wa pekee, awajalie mfufuke kwa pamoja baraka yake. Naye aliyewajalia zawadi ya uhuru wa kudumu, awafanye washiriki wa urithi wa uzima wa milele kwa kazi yake ya ukombozi. Nanyi mliofufuka katika ubatizo kwa njia ya imani, mustahili kuunganishwa naye katika makao ya mbinguni kwa kuishi kiadilifu hapa duniani. Na baraka yake Mungu Mwenyezi, ya Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu, iwashukie na kukaa nanyi daima na milele.
Kwaya, wimbo wa mwisho.
Yes,
Sasa tunamkaribisha Mwashamu Anthony Muheria, askofu mkuu wa Jimbo Kuu la Nyeri, aweze kutuelekeza katika ratiba ifuatayo.
Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, our guests, heads of states and representatives of various states, our dear family of our beloved former President Mwai Kibaki, our presiding Archbishop Philip Anyolo, Apostolic Nuncio here present, our Cardinal John Njue, bishops present, our religious leaders from various faith denominations, our traditional leaders, all Kenyans who at this time we mourn. At this moment, as the Archbishop Philip Anyolo said right at the beginning, it was a desire of the family that today's send-off of this great statesman, our dear beloved President Mwai Kibaki, should be free from any political speeches. The Catholic Church endorses fully this desire, as we have been trying to keep our places of worship only for God and sacred. I have been given the duty within this context of prayer, and while we still are to conclude the service with a final commendation, to just request on our behalf just 3 people to make a 4-minute tribute to our former president. They will do that on our behalf. It will be a tribute and not a speech. A tribute to a great man who did not in any way feel ashamed to show his faith, and who, when he came to places of worship, never demanded even to greet the crowd. I pray we respect this desire of the family and to make today's send-off worthy of such a great man. Allow me then to invite first the family who would like to present a tribute to their father, to their grandfather, to their great-grandfather, and their great mentor. We would like to invite, on behalf of the family, Mr. Jimmy Kibaki to kindly offer his tribute on behalf of the entire family. Mr. Jimmy Kibaki, welcome.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Mrs. Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, Mrs. Rachel Ruto, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, today my heart feels very heavy. It has been quite an arduous week, and today I woke up with a tremendous sense of sadness and loss. And I did not know whether I would be able to speak, but because as a family we have been told wherever somebody has shown you kindness or done something good for you, you have to express your gratitude. I stand here on behalf of my family, my immediate family, and the entire Kibaki family, to say, first of all, we are very grateful to you, Your Excellency, for all the care, the love you have shown to our father from the day he retired in 2013 up to this moment. Mzee has not wanted for anything. Your government has assisted him in everything that he has required. Indeed, in his latter years, in his final years, when his medical condition was deteriorating, you personally ensured that he had access to the best medical care in Kenya and indeed in the world. And for that, we are truly grateful. Your Excellency, of course, we have had our hiccups over the last 9 or 10 years in looking after Mzee. But where we got stuck, the mere threat of suggesting that we are going to give you a call for further guidance would ensure that whatever was requested by the family or by Mzee was done quite expeditiously. Secondly, as a family, we would like to thank His Excellency, the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, who has called us and even asked his staff to call us since Mzee passed away on Friday. And they have really sought to help us and to condole with us and to see if they can be of assistance in any way. Thirdly, we'd like to thank the armed forces of the Republic of Kenya. You know, when Mzee passed away 1 week ago, last Friday, the military immediately took over operations at Nairobi Hospital and at Lee Funeral Home. So for us as a family, it was almost like a double loss. We had just lost Mzee, and then an hour later, the military took over and took Mzee to Lee Funeral Home, where they prepared him. But I must say, the professionalism and care shown by the armed forces of this country have enabled us actually to mourn Mzee and to honor him in a way that in which we are truly humbled. I have met colonels, I have met brigadiers. Indeed, I have even been saluted by generals. And I remember when I was walking into Parliament buildings where Mzee was lying in state on Tuesday, and I was saluted by so many military officers, I started thinking, wow, is this what it is all about? I can kind of get used to this. Maybe I'll give it a try. But having said that, the military in their own professional way, because I must say it must be the most professional institution in this country. They have really assisted us to understand that even if Mzee was their commander-in-chief, he was first and foremost our father. So, General Kiboshi, as a family, we say, Asante Sana. Finally, but most importantly, we, the Kibaki family, would like to thank our fellow Kenyan citizens who have come out to honor Mzee, to mourn with us, to grieve with us, to condole with us, and to tell us pole. We have met so many Kenyans on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday when Mzee was lying in state. And we have listened to stories of how he was their father, their grandfather, somebody they related with, like, anyone would relate with a parent or a grandparent. And we realized as a family that the loss was as great for Kenyans as it was for us, and that in its own way comforted us. I remember thinking, at one point, because on Wednesday there were so many people queuing in line, if Mzee was just to wake up for 1 minute, I think you'd even wonder, where are all these Kenyans going? Where they are coming to look at me, to see me? Why are they not at work? You'd have probably told us all, wacheni kuregarega na murudi kazini. Because for him, work was very important. If there is one word that can encapsulate the life of President Mwai Kibaki, it is excellence. Mzee lived to excel. From the minute, or should we say the moment he left Gatiaini village in Othaya to begin his education, up to the day he retired as president of this country, that journey has been a journey to excel. And excelling does not always mean succeeding, but it means trying your best. And what Mzee inspired us to do is to do our best. So, as Kenyans, as we send this great lion of Kenya to rest beside his beloved wife, let us dedicate ourselves to excel for Kenya. You see, Mzee loved Kenya and Kenyans with a passion that most Kenyans don't know. And it is that love and passion that almost, enabled him to dedicate his life to this country. Mzee dedicated 53 years or 54 years of his life, more than half a century, in the service of Kenyans. So we can see by the example of his life that he was the ultimate Kenyan patriot. Your Excellency, those of you, or those of us who understand the dynamics between President Kibaki and you, we know that Mzee was very, very fond of you. Very, very fond of you. In fact, your relationship was the relationship between a father and a son. There are times I would watch the TV evening news with him at 7 o'clock. And when the news came on, you'd even start dozing when some politicians came on. And when, you'd even turn to me and say, Jimmy, this fellow has been speaking for 10 minutes and there's nothing he has told us. and you'd go back to dozing. But when you came on the screen, he would sit upright and listen very keenly. And after whatever function you're with or at, he would turn to me and say, "Good man," or "Good fellow." And for those of us who knew President Mwai Kibaki well, we knew when he said something like that, that was the ultimate praise. He could not say more than that. If the measure of patriotism is one's service to the country, then President Mwai Kibaki was a great son of Kenya. I want to thank you all for this tribute. We are overwhelmed and we are very grateful. Thank you.
Allow me to kindly ask you all to give a real hearty applause both for our president and for the family who have offered him to us. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy Kibaki and the entire family for that tribute and gratitude. Still within this context of prayer, each one of us, whatever faith you are, we invite you to continue praying for the soul of this dear father, grandfather, and mentor for many. Do not leave this place without having left your prayer. And so, within this same context of prayer, allow me kindly to invite our former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, to also make his brief tribute. We invite all of us to observe respect to our late president as we invite our leader to say a few words of tributes. Your Excellency, Honorable Raila Odinga.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Excellencies, Presidents, and other leaders from other African countries who have joined us today as we mourn our third president, Deputy President, diplomats who have been here, ladies and gentlemen, wananchi wote, hamjambo. Your Excellency, I know that many of us will share my plight today. My plight today is just like a member of the clergy, either a father or a padre who is asked to eulogize a bishop, but not to talk about the bishop's religiosity or religion. I've been asked today to talk about our president, but without talking about politics. I don't know how to eulogize a politician without talking politics. The family of Mwai Kibaki, led by Jimmy, we are all with you as the nation of Kenya at this very, very sad moment when we say farewell to a great Kenyan patriot, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. But then, how did Mwai Kibaki come into where he came into? You know, Mwai Kibaki as a youth, Mwai Kibaki as a student, Mwai Kibaki as an intellectual, Mwai Kibaki as a politician. The story was told to us by Jaramogi and Mwai that after KANU was formed in Kirigiti Stadium in 1960, our draft constitution had been presented there, had been prepared by the one Mr. Ojino Okeo, who was Jaramogi's secretary. And he died on his way back to Kisumu through a road accident at the escarpment. Then later on, Jaramogi went to Kampala as a guest of President Milton Obote. I found Obote was campaigning with a very beautiful manifesto. I asked him, who prepared this manifesto for you? Obote said, there are some young men here in Makerere who are very good. Their leader is Sekwela Kenyan. Then Jaramogi said, I want to see him. He brought Mwai Kibaki. When he brought Mwai Kibaki, Jaramogi told him, I want you to do the same manifesto like this for KANU. And he prepared with his team that beautiful manifesto. And that's how Jaramogi now invited him to come and become executive officer of KANU. And that started the journey. We know Kibaki as a member of parliament for Donholm. You know Kibaki as a minister for commerce and industry, as a minister for finance, as a vice president, as a leader of the opposition, as a president, as a retired president. And now here we are saying bye-bye to him, a great Kenyan. Mwai Kibaki is a gentleman, a man of conviction, a man who loved perfection. You worked with Kibaki first in the opposition together as our leader. How he used to lead, how he would discuss the budget and come up with eloquent exposition of the budget, better than the Minister of Finance, and tell him how it should be done. Kibaki will tell you, these people don't know what they're doing. Bure kabisa. And when it's just a lot of nonsense, you say, imavia kuku. But he was a gentleman by excellence. In the cabinet, we worked together. He would allow a lot of debate in the cabinet. And he also gave the ministers a lot of authority and power to run their ministries. So long as you do not get yourself involved in graft. The biggest enemy of corruption, Mwai Kibaki. And nobody is indispensable when it came to issues of corruption. So we have learned a lot from Mwai Kibaki. We came with almost a bankrupt economy and transformed it. At one time when we were living, it was rising at a rate of 7% per annum because of Mwai Kibaki. Of course, we have had also our differences. When at one time, Kibaki got involved in an accident. Others, opportunists took advantage of that position. We never held it against Kibaki. At that time when we were negotiating post-election violence, the stocks had collapsed at Serena. Kofi Annan invited me and Kibaki for a meeting. We sat in the office of the president, President Kikwete, President Mkapa, Grace Machel, and Kofi Annan. We talked and talked. In the end, I said, I'm ready to come down to this point. This is the reduced minimum. And Kibaki then agreed. So when we agreed, we shook hands. After shaking hands, the other people now wanted to come into the room to try to persuade him not to agree. He told them, tumemaliza kila kitu. Sasa hakuna kitu tena, tunakwenda kuongea na dunia sasa. And we came out and shook hands with Mwai Kibaki, and he kept those words. There were differences sometimes in the course of running the government, but all of them were able to resolve them amicably. So in retirement, we will continue to remain friends. Each time he has been an advisor to me in many ways. So I've truly lost a friend. The country of Kenya has lost a true patriot, a great leader whose value will only be known with the time as time continues to unfold. Mwai Kibaki, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, rest in peace, rest in eternal peace. I bring finally also to you people condolences of the Kenyans in diaspora around the world who are not able to be with you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, for a wonderful tribute. Allow me now to invite for his brief tribute our Deputy President, His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto. Again, we request our dear Kenyans, out of respect to our late president, to give him the honor he deserves. Your Excellency, Deputy President William Ruto.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Your Excellency, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President and Commander-in-Chief of Kenya Defense Forces, Your Excellency Margaret Kenyatta, our First Lady, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and representatives of other countries present here, the family of the third President of the Republic of Kenya, led by Judy Kibaki, Jimmy, David, Anthony, and all the family members, both immediate and extended, colleagues, leaders present here, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, Kenyans from all walks of life. Today, we are gathered here to mourn the departure and the demise of a great son of our country, our third president. President Mwai Kibaki is a man of great simplicity, brought up in Dunguri village in Othaya. The journey through tending to goats, a journey that made him a great scholar and the finest economist our country ever had. A distinguished public servant, that rose through the ranks, both in the opposition and in government. And of course, the greatest president Kenya ever had. We celebrate his achievements, his contribution, and his rich and solid legacy. President Kenyatta has been a good student of President Mwai Kibaki. I know that as his deputy. President Mwai Kibaki and his history is the history of our country. He was part of the architects of our independence. He was part of the first government and made a huge contribution. He was vice president to our second president. He laid a firm foundation both in education, in infrastructure development, and he was the architect of our economy. He sowed the seeds and laid the foundation upon which our fourth president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, built the expansive and extensive and elaborate infrastructure that we see today in our country. I also can see his shadow and influence in what is going to become of the fifth president of Kenya. Because I see the conversation around the economy, which President Mwai Kibaki was its architect, influencing the coming election. And therefore, when the history of Kenya is written, Mwai Kibaki will not fit into paragraphs. I don't think he can fit into chapters. We might need a separate book for Mwai Kibaki because of what he has done for our country. And finally, in a quick 3 years, Your Excellency, we have bade farewell to our second president in 2019 and to our third president now. It is a solemn, it is a heavy moment, but I take pride in the heritage that we have built as a nation of respecting and honoring our leaders in office and protecting and caring our leaders in retirement and in death. And therefore, I am confident that together as a nation, we can stride into the future with a confidence and on the foundation that our forefathers, including Mwai Kibaki, that we rest his soul at this moment.
I want to say from me and my family, may Mwai Kibaki's soul rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our Deputy President, Honorable William Ruto, for your tribute. At this juncture, it has been the request of the family at this moment, in the presence of the remains of this great statesman, to receive a special blessing. And so, kindly, still in this context of prayer, I would wish to invite the family of our President Mwai Kibaki to move near the casket as we also join at their request His Excellency the President of this Republic, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is in many ways a son to Honorable President Mwai Kibaki, to move near the casket. We will invite Archbishop Martin Kivuva to be and lead the prayer. And at the same time, we request all the religious leaders here present of all denominations, once the family is ready, to stand where you are, extend your hand, so that all of us from all our faiths can pray for this dear family and also for the soul of our former president. May I invite the choir to sing a song while we prepare for this special moment at the request of the family. Kindly, the family of our former president. We do think that the First Lady can join the President. She is also a daughter. May I invite also Archbishop Martin Kivuva to move near at this moment kindly invite the religious leaders here present from all faiths to stand where you are. May I kindly invite the religious leaders here present of all faiths, wherever you are, to kindly stretch your hand as a prayer is said over the family and over our president. Welcome our Archbishop Martin Kivuva.
May the Spirit of the Lord come down. Amen. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. May the Spirit of the Lord from heavens come down. May the Spirit of Heavenly Father, we gather in this special stadium as we pray and ask your blessing upon the family of the late Emilio Mwai Kibaki. You have called him to yourself. We pray for the whole family remaining behind and the family of Kenya at large for all that he wished for as a man, as a president, and as a father of a family, that unity may prevail, that love may prevail, that Lord, you bless every family in the country as we all today pray for this family and the family of our dear President, Uhuru Kenyatta. We want to pray for peace. We want to pray for understanding. We want to pray for harmony in our families. And we want to pray for that unity in all ways, at family level, religious level, and even at political level. You're a God who comes to us and walks with us like you did with the sons and daughters of Israel, in good moments and in tough moments. We want to thank you for all the families you have given us as we all stand here, and those who join us wherever they are, in abroad, in our country and beyond, that they also be part of this wishing this country well as we go through ahead and prepare for the final elections of our August general elections. Bless the work of our hands, and especially for our young people who are now engaging in meaningful work and are working hard to make this country even greater in times to come. For our religious men and women of the different faiths, unity. For all our families, young and old, unity and peace. For all the country we belong, from border to border, peace. And as we pray this day, continue to especially reach out to those who are in difficulty, those who are in far countries like Ukraine and Russia, going through very difficult moments, countries of our neighbors, Sudan, countries of our neighbors, Somalia, country of our neighbors, DRC, Congo, and others that are going through difficult moments. We walk with you day by day as we ask for those who are facing challenging moments like hunger in areas of Lodwar, areas of Marsabit, areas of Isiolo. Bring us rain, enough rain to raise food. And as we end our day today to journey with this great man to a place of burial, protect us from evil day and night. May your country's peace. And all those members of our excellencies who have come from our neighborhood and our friends, peace to them. We want to remember in particular way also Ethiopia and Eritrea, that peace may prevail. This we ask and pray, for you are our Father, as we call you Father once again and say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from every evil. Amen. And the Almighty God bless our country and bless the journey of our faith through Christ our Lord.
Amen. Thank you, Archbishop Martin Kivuva. Thank you, the family of our dear former President Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining the family. And thank you, the religious leaders, for this kind prayer. We'd like to invite the choir to sing a song as we return to our places, and asking kindly and respectfully His Excellency as he returns to the podium. Let us remember to pray for this family. We may be seated, religious leaders. Let us remember to pray for this family as we leave. Let us remember to, through solidarity, support them. Choir. And now, with humility and great respect, may I kindly invite His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, to convey to our nation his message of condolences and the family and give his tribute. Your Excellency the President, sir.
Thank you very much. The family of our late father and President, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, our clergy, led by His Grace Archbishop Anyolo, our visiting heads of state and government, heads of delegations, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, before I give my tribute, I would like at the very onset, on behalf of the people of Kenya, to thank our visitors who have traveled from various parts of our continent and the world to join us in mourning, but also in celebration of the life of one of Kenya's greatest statesmen. So before I give my tribute, I would like, on behalf of everybody else, to invite three of our visitors, and I would like to begin by inviting His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, and the First Lady, Your Excellency, Deputy President William Ruto, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, heads of states who are here present, as well as those who are representing a number of countries that are represented here. The leadership of the clergy and various leaders of other organizations that are here, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, as well as the leadership of the Armed Forces of Kenya, and fellow mourners and fellow Kenyans. As South Africa, and indeed as the Southern African Development Community, we were saddened to hear of the passing of President Mwai Kibaki. The news of his passing touched our hearts, and our hearts and condolences were extended to you as Kenyans. We are here to extend and pay respects and our condolences to all of you as Kenyans, and especially to President Uhuru Kenyatta, and indeed as well as the Kibaki family. We feel the pain and anguish that you are all going through, but at the same time, we also believe that you are all collectively here to celebrate a life of a great statesman. And we wish you strength as you go through this moment, but we also wish that you could remember President Kibaki for what he stood for and for what he did for this great nation. My presence here is also to come and comfort my brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and also to say that the relations between South Africa and Kenya continue to be strengthened in moments of celebration and in moments of sadness. And I want to thank you, President, for having extended your own condolences to us as South Africans, as we recently lost more than 435 people in the floods that engulfed our country. We wish to join you as Kenyans as you remember your dear and beloved departed president. We remember President Kibaki for the leadership that he demonstrated, not only to Kenya, but also to the African continent. We remember him for his commitment to the people of Kenya, and indeed to all of us as Africans. But we especially remember him for his leadership in uniting the people of Kenya. And for us as South Africans, we saw him in the mold in which we saw our own first president, President Nelson Mandela, who sought to unite our nation and who planted the seeds of the development of South Africa. And you too have had a great president in President Kibaki, who has developed your country and who has also helped to unite the people of Kenya. May you continue remember him with kindness and fondness, because indeed he was a great statesman. And we drew a lot of lessons for the way in which he led the people of Kenya, and we will forever remember how great he was. May his soul forever rest in peace, and we thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I would now like to invite Her Excellency President Saleh of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to also pass her tribute and message of condolence. Welcome, my sister.
Yeah. Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, Excellency First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, Excellencies Heads of States present here, Your Excellency Deputy President William Ruto, the family of former President Mwai Kibaki, our Kenyan brothers and sisters. I'm here today to share the deep grief of our brothers and sisters in Kenya following the passing of former President Mwai Kibaki, and convey the heartfelt condolences of the people and government of Ethiopia and of my own to President Uhuru Kenyatta, his government, the bereaved family of late Mwai Kibaki, and to the people of Kenya. President Mwai Kibaki was a true friend of Ethiopia before and after assumption to the presidency, his assumption to the presidency. During his tenure, Ethiopia and Kenya made tremendous strides in elevating our long-standing relations. This was seen through the achievement that we have jointly registered, both at the national and regional levels. During his tenure, our two countries signed the Special Status Agreement, laying the foundation for the Lamu Port South Sudan-Ethiopia Corridor project, known as LAPSET, as well as the Moyale One-Stop Border Post. At the regional level, Kenya, with our regional organization, IGAD, has been very active and host of a series of Somali peace processes held here in Kenya in an effort to find a lasting peace in this sisterly country, and also in the Sudan peace talks seeking to end 2 decades of bloody warfare. I would also like to recognize former President Kibaki and his government's commitment to multilateralism that I have been able to witness firsthand. His support to one of the United Nations offices away from headquarters based in Nairobi, and its first dedicated Director General that I was, played a big role in elevating this duty station. Following in his footsteps, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta took this commitment to a higher level. In the spirit of the remarkable ties that our two countries have built over the years, we will continue to sustain and strengthen the excellent relations that has lived to this day in order to fulfill the aspirations of our respective populations. As we gather here to pay our last respect to the third president of Kenya, it should not be to mourn, but to celebrate a life dedicated to serving his nation. And it has been so eloquently expressed by previous speakers. May his soul stay in eternal peace. I thank you.
As many of you know, the Sudan Peace Accord was negotiated and signed here in Nairobi, was done and concluded during the tenure of the late President Mwai Kibaki, a peace accord that saw the birth of Africa's youngest nation, that of South Sudan. We have with us today His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, but because he has a problem with his vocal cords, we will have his Minister of State in the presidency read his tribute on his behalf. Welcome.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, on behalf of my President, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, allow me to recognize with respect Presidents present today and Vice Presidents and delegates from various countries. Mr. President, the people of Kenya, when the sad news of the death of our beloved leader, Mwai Kibaki, came, my President was on a foreign trip. He decided to cut short his trip and return back in honor of President Mwai Kibaki. And as we speak, the Republic of South Sudan is bereaved, and the flag of the Republic of South Sudan is running at half-mast. Mr. President, the people of Kenya, when President Mwai Kibaki took over from Daniel Arap Moi, he ensured that the peace process that led to the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement in 2005 secured the right of self-determination for the people of South Sudan. It is through the right of self-determination that today you see our first president of the independent, free Republic of South Sudan. We can say with confidence that we owe President Mwai Kibaki special gratitude for giving us the freedom and the independence we enjoy today. Mr. President, we are aware also that President Mwai Kibaki ensured that our cadres were trained here in Kenya, in the Kenyan School of Government, and took some of us to Mombasa for training. And so he's a dear man to our heart. And we know that all the leaders of Kenya have always been supportive of us as the people of Kenya from one generation to another. We owe this to you, the people of Kenya, for electing capable leaders of the region. My President appreciates the relationship between us and Kenya, and it is through this relationship that we are here today to share with the people of Kenya the gravity of the shock that has come as the result of the passing on of President Mwai Kibaki. With these few remarks, on behalf of my President, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity, and may God bless you and raise the soul of Mwai Kibaki in eternal peace. I thank you.
Asante sana. Kwa niaba ya Wakenya wote, chukua fursa hii kuwarudishia hawa wageni wetu ambao wametoka mbali. Asante kwa kuja kuomboleza pamoja nasi, pamoja na wenzetu kutoka Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi na nchi zingine jirani, kwa kuja kuwa pamoja nasi. Tuwapigie makofi ya kuwashukuru. Asanteni sana. Fellow Kenyans, we congregate here today to honor one of the founding fathers of our beloved nation. We are here not only to mourn an incalculable loss, but also to celebrate a magnificent life. We celebrate a man of faith, a man of family, a man of honor, and a man who always put Kenya and Kenyans first. So my fellow citizens, whereas President Kibaki has rested and a remarkable life ended, his service to our country will not rest until the last mile of his bold vision for our country, Kenya, is complete. We honor and salute him today for his toil in the run-up to our nation's independence, and most notably, as amongst the leading architect of the modern Kenyan state. As one of the last standing heroes of our independence struggle, he had a special calling to execute the last chapters of the vision of our founding fathers, and he did this with surgical precision and a total disregard for what the naysayers thought of him. He finished the last mile of our founding vision as a nation, but he did not stop there. He helped us lay the foundation upon which future generations shall also build. But to this, I must add one more thing. President Kibaki was by all means a modest man and did not believe in loud shouting. When the limelight was shone on him, he tended to coy and hide. And this is because he found virtue and joy by doing the ordinary things that fulfilled his promise and purpose. He knew that he could not fulfill his purpose in the presence of cheering crowds, and he had to do this in the privacy of his space. And his desire to contribute to transform our country, Kenya, in his quiet and secluded space with no one watching is what makes him a legend and a man of purpose. Fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to celebrate the man lying before us using three frames: Kibaki the man, Kibaki the leader, and Kibaki the visionary. I begin with Kibaki the man, and in celebrating his humanity, I want to pose an age-old question about our existence, and that is, what is the true measure of a man? How do you judge a man after he has served God, his generation, and country? Do you measure a man by his financial exploits or by how many lives he touched? Do you measure a man by the victories he gained or how he dealt with those he vanquished? Do you measure a man by how he handles losses, failings, and tragedies, or how magnanimous he is when he bags a win? Do you measure a man by how he treats his peers and equals, or how he treats his subordinates? Do you measure a man by what he started or by what he finished? Do you measure a man by how he handled his finest moments or by how he handled his lowest moments? If you want to know the true measure of a man, watch what he does with power, how he handles his opponents, how he treats his wife and family, and what he does with his influence. But fundamentally, as Martin Luther King Jr. taught us, and I quote, the true measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands in times of challenge and difficulties, end of quote. In other words, the true measure of a man is how he behaves when misfortune hits. And the question before us today, who was Kibaki the man? How do you measure a man who was sworn in as president in a wheelchair? How do you measure a man who suffered ill health during his first year of his presidency, and in his lowest moments, he did not give up, but he soldiered on? How do you measure a man under whose watch Kenya experienced our darkest moment in 2007, yet in this moment, President Kibaki shook the hand of his opponent and invited him to form government with him on a 50-50 basis, despite opposition from some of his own supporters? Kibaki, the man, had an incredible gift of tolerance. He had the ability to take in pressure and pain without showing distress. And this is why he was known as a man of few words. From his 50 or so years of active politics, he learned not to rush into judgment and decisions. He learned to lay in wait until the swollen river had found its course. When moments were dark, he chose to be the light. When reason was scarce, he became the voice of reason. And when hope was down, he encouraged us all to exercise the gift of long-suffering. And if a man is not measured by what he started, but by what he finished, then the record must reflect that the Honorable Mwai Kibaki finished very strong. The end of Kibaki the man can only be summarized by the words of Apostle Paul when he said this of his own life, and I quote, "I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, and I have kept the faith." This too must be recorded in our books of history as the finishing line of the Honorable Mwai Kibaki. He fought the good fight, finished the race, and he without doubt kept the faith. So, Your Excellencies, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, turning to Kibaki the leader, as we have heard from the story of his life and times, as far back as July of 1974, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki was named by Time magazine as one of the 150 men and women who would become new world leaders. 6 years later, in 1997, and 9 years later, in 1981, the same magazine named him as one amongst 100 people with remarkable leadership qualities. So the world had noticed his leadership promise. But his leadership abilities were not only obvious to the editors of Time magazine and the world at large, they were also noticed by those close to him as well. His professor at Makerere University in the 1950s, Professor Keith Ingram, noted, if Honorable Mwai Kibaki had not joined politics, he was destined to become the first African president of the World Bank. A similar observation was made by the former World Bank president, Mr. Robert McNamara, who noted that President Kibaki was one of the greatest economic brains produced by Africa. And this is not a wonder, because President Kibaki was also the first African to attain a first-class honors degree from the prestigious London School of Economics and Political Science. But how did his leadership abilities, celebrated by the world, translate at home? How do we measure Kibaki the leader during his 50 years of service to our country? At a very early age, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki knew that the biggest challenge of a leader is leading yourself. And to lead yourself, you have to be measured, you have to be disciplined and unwavering. He understood that a leader who does not lead himself will be driven by his difficulties rather than his vision. He will give in to pressure of crowds rather than the chosen path appointed for him. Such a leader will be pushed to make popular choices that please crowds as opposed to bold choices that are good for country but may be unpopular at the moment. This ability to lead himself against the noise and buzz is what brought Mzee Kibaki this far. His ability to lean in and deal with his most darkest and difficult moments, not in public, but in seclusion, is what distinguishes him as a great leader. And if the true measure of a man is determined by how he stands in a moment of challenge and difficulties, President Kibaki handled his political misfortunes with unparalleled grace. In every low moment, he acknowledged the impending danger, but chose to focus on the attendant opportunities. And two examples will support my observation here. The first happened in 1988, after the infamous Mlolongo election. During this election, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki had served as Vice President and Minister of Finance for 10 years under President Moi. When the new government was formed after the election, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki was demoted from his position as Vice President and made the Minister for Health. At that time, popular voices countrywide wanted him to reject what they saw as a humiliation and resign from government altogether. But he shunned the voices of the crowds and opted for the lonely and unpopular path then. To the shock of the nation, he embraced his demotion with grace and continued to serve the country in a lesser capacity. But his superior reasoning was that leadership is not a position, it is a service. And he was ready to serve the country in any position the people summoned him to. With this reasoning, the demands for his resignation were put to rest. The second demotion of his leadership came at the darkest hour in our history as a nation. This was the post-election violence of the year 2007. President Kibaki admitted to all of us that this was one of the lowest moments in his career as a political leader. But turning inwards, he converted this political misfortune into a constitutional moment. You cannot talk about the 2007 crisis without going back to the 2005 constitutional referendum. During this referendum, President Kibaki and his team, that were called Banana Team, suffered a resounding defeat in the hands of the Orange Team. But he banked the referendum loss as a dream deferred. And he knew that one day, someday, we will fulfill Kenya's clamor for a new constitutional dispensation. Then the 2007 crisis presented itself. At first, it was devastating, but with time, it gave him the opportunity to engage in a constitutional reset executed through bold and uncharted waters. First, and against the wishes of many, he ceded half of his government to his rival then, and he invited Prime Minister Raila Odinga to co-create government with him. Second, he needed to build consensus around his decision, and he did this because he understood that leaders do not look for consensus, rather they build consensus, as once again Martin Luther King Jr. told us. In March of 2008, he led the enactment of minimal constitutional changes to our independence constitution, which established the position of Prime Minister and 2 deputies, of which I am proud to have served as one. With the 2008 consensus in place and an inclusive government formed, the crisis of 2007 was resolved and spirited away. And in June of that year, our Vision 2030 was launched, setting the stage for better planning and the highest economic growth ever recorded in Kenya. The other notable achievement, which is also the third reset to our constitutional order, was the 2010 referendum. This referendum was meant to retire our independence constitution and align our supreme law to the aspirations of a new republic. And in August of 2010, the deferred dream in 2005 became a reality, and apart from Vision 2030, the challenges of 2007 had gifted our country a new supreme law, the Kenya Constitution 2010. If the true measure of a man, therefore, is how he stands in times of challenge and difficulties, from the 2007 dark moment of our nation, President Kibaki stood tall and turned misfortune into positive change. These examples affirm that dreams deferred can never wilt away. Finally, fellow Kenyans, I will end my brief reflections with Kibaki the visionary. At the age of 29, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki was persuaded by Mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga to quit a well-paying job as a lecturer at Makerere University in Uganda and to take up a job that offered nothing but a promise. If this professor at Makerere University was right, Honorable Mwai Kibaki had the hope of becoming the first African president of the World Bank, a much safer and a much more assured path. But he rejected this dream in pursuit of a more challenging vision. He took on the job as the executive officer of KANU, then a little-known entity where he would survive on nothing but stipends. For him to make this decision, he must have been propelled by a vision that loved country more than self. Although identified by the international media as a world leader, he chose not to take the trodden path. Instead, he opted for the uncharted path of an independent Kenya and leave a trail. And this is what the 29-year-old Kibaki did. But to follow such a hazy path, he must have listened to an inner voice, a voice that led him to what the heart sees, but not what the eye sees. A voice that took him to the path of faith. And because of this walk of faith, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki must go down on record as a guardian visionary of our republic. Armed with faith and vision, the young Kibaki, alongside the likes of T.J. Mboya, drafted the founding instruments of our economy. Indeed, sessional paper number 10 of 1965 on African socialism and its application to planning in Kenya, drafted by him and Mboya, remains the guiding light of our economic transformation. When he became president in 2002, he went back to this original blueprint and upgraded it to the Vision 2030 that now guides our country forward. And using this document, he encouraged us not to be intimidated by bold projects. And that is why my administration, inspired by this thinking, has accelerated what I call the big push investments, especially in the area of infrastructure. And if President Kibaki authored Vision 2030, the next administration must take us to a bolder plan. They must give us Vision 2063, a blueprint for Kenya at 100 years and beyond. So, Your Excellencies, fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, the man lying before us today was a gentleman, a measured man, a man of few words, but a man of decisive action. If he was with us here today, he would have instructed us to choose leadership over politics. He would have told us that leadership is about vision, politics is about positions, and that nations are founded on visions. President Mwai Kibaki epitomized the quote that life is no brief candle. It is a sort of splendid torch which holds bold for a moment and a desire to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it on to future generations. The light President Kibaki lit will never flicker out because his torch continues in the lives of millions. Therefore, as we mourn his passing, we are reminded that it would be a tragedy if we let die what he left alive in our hearts and memories. On this day, President Mwai Kibaki's enduring legacy illuminates our nation and our great African continent, placing him as one of the greatest African statesmen of his generation. To his family, to you, Judy, Jimmy, David, and Tony, and to your families and the entire extended Kibaki family, I deeply share in the pain of your loss and pray that you will find comfort in the words of the psalmist when he said, and I quote, "Hold on, my child, for weeping may endure only for a night, but joy comes in the morning." Remember, my dear brothers and sisters, that no night can last forever. The sun will always rise, and with dawn comes hope and light. May God bless you all. May God bless Kenya. May God bless this great continent of Africa. Na Mungu amlaze baba yetu pahali pema, ampatie amani, na tutaendelea kuwaombea na tukae na huo umoja ambaye ametuachia. Mungu awabariki na Mungu awalinde. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency, the President Uhuru Mwai Kenyatta, Your Excellencies, all Kenyans, our dear family of President Mwai Kibaki, allow us now to conclude this time of prayer.
Allow me just 2 minutes to make a few remarks. Allow me just 2 minutes to make a few remarks.
He is a son of one nation who is emotional at the loss of a president. Treat him well. Your Excellency the President, Your Excellencies, allow us now to conclude our service by having the final commendation, in which we'll kindly invite the Apostolic Nuncio of the Holy Father, Pope Francis, to Kenya and to Sudan, to lead us in the final commendation, after which we will conclude the service, the Mass, and hand over this ceremony back to the military. We'd like to kindly invite the Apostolic Nuncio, accompanied by Archbishop Philip Anyolo and our dear Cardinal John Cardinal Njue, to please come and stand in front of the casket for the final prayers of commendation, and would like to request all of us at the time of that prayer to kindly stand in honor and respect to our beloved father, elder, patriot, and great statesman, President Mwai Kibaki. Your Excellency Apostolic Nuncio Bad Van Meegen.
Before we go our separate ways, let us take leave of our brother Mwai Kibaki. May our farewell express our affection for him. May it ease our sadness and strengthen our hope. One day we shall joyfully greet him again, when the love of Christ, which conquers all things, destroys even death itself. We will now sprinkle again the body with holy water in remembrance of his baptism 91 years ago, with which he received access to the kingdom of heaven. we incense his body to remind us that in baptism, our bodies become a temple of the Holy Spirit. Into your hands, Father of mercies, we commend our brother Mwai Kibaki in the sure and certain hope that together with all who have died in Christ, he will arise with him on the last day. We give you thanks for the blessings which you have bestowed upon Mwai Kibaki in this life. They are signs to us of your goodness and of our fellowship with the saints in Christ. Merciful Lord, turn towards us and listen to our prayers. Open the gates of paradise to your servant and help us who remain to comfort one another with assurances of faith until we all meet in Christ and are with you and with our brother forever. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
We invite the choir just one stanza so that then at this juncture we may be seated, please. We may be kindly be seated. At this juncture we will invite the choir to sing short song from when we will then hand over back to the Master of Ceremonies for the military to continue with the final rite. Thank you.
Basi naomba kwa heshima wananchi wapendwa wa Jamhuri ama taifa letu la Kenya tuweze kutulia hadi tutakapomaliza ratiba hii. Kinafuata kipindi kingine, kipindi ambacho kinaongozwa na Brigedia Jeff Mungai Nyaga. Kwa hivyo naomba wananchi tuweze kutulia tafadhali. Kwa heshima naomba sote tuweze kusimama tafadhali. Tutasalia hivyo hivyo tukiwa tumesimama wima kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Punde tu maafisa wetu watakwisha ama wakiweza kumaliza shughuli yao.
Tuimarike, umoja wetu, nguzo yetu,
Basi naomba kwa heshima tafadhali tuweze kutulia, tuweze kupewa itifaki ya kuweza kuondoka hapa uwanjani. Gari la kwanza litakuwa gari ambalo limebeba mwili wa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki. Gari la General Officers, familia iweze kufuata, na nitampisha mwenzangu Bwana Mike Gitone aweze kuendelea na itifaki ya jinsi tutakavyofumukana kutoka hapa uwanjani. Nitaomba waheshimiwa marais wetu na viongozi mbalimbali walioalikwa tuweze kuketi tafadhali kwa kifupi, ili tuweze kuelekezwa katika itifaki ya kuondoka. I most humbly wish to request their excellencies to take their seat, and also the government representatives as we announce the exit protocol. Niombe tena viongozi marais wetu waweze kuketi na wawakilishi wa serikali mbalimbali ili tuweze kuelekezwa na itifaki ya kuondoka.
Well, it has been a 5-hour session here at the Nyayo National Stadium to bid farewell the retired president, that is the 3rd president, Mwai Kibaki. This has been a session that has been led both by the church and the military before a multitude of Kenyans who also came here just to bid farewell to the retired president. Amongst them, it was at least 9 heads of government and, of course, presidents from South Africa, from Ethiopia and from South Sudan. Of course, here was a whole complete team of the Royal Media Services, Citizen TV.